For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
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 Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hello everybody, we're here at UKG 2025. It's Friday morning. We're all very tired after a long couple of days of setup. The crowd's already gathering outside and we're going to be showing you through the halls and some of what you can expect to see here this weekend. So follow me and challenge Annika. As you can see, there's some spectacular stuff already. That was unusual.
Well, that was weird.
I was caught in a loop.
Yes, we will have to have that one checked for sure, because something tells me that has been double tracked.
Really?
Potentially.
Is that what you think?
Yes, I think so. I think so. Well, Hello to everybody out there and hello to everybody at home. Welcome to UK Games Expo 2025.
It's great to be here.
It is great to be here. We will be your guides over the next 3 days as we explore what's going on at the show. And we'll try and bring some of the personalities and the faces that are here to come and talk to you guys at home. Tell us what they're all about, what they've got with them, what they're working on.
There's a whole host of people lined up here at the main stage to take you through what they're up to with their companies, whether it's miniature war games, board games, card games, dice games, or just thoroughly nice people.
Yeah. On our schedule today, we're hoping to get a chat with the creators of Armored Clash. Hatchet Board Games should be with us, Czech Games, and Free League as well a little later on in the afternoon. Looking forward to chatting to all of them. But yeah, it's always good to get the guys from Free League on and see what they're up to.
Yes, I mean, if there's one thing I love, it's a vast amount of Swedish RPGs.
Yes.
A lot of which festoon the shelves behind me, it has to be said, at home.
Yeah.
Because I really like what they do. So it'll be fascinating to see what they have planned for the upcoming year.
Right. So just to give you a little bit of update, we are running a live blog as well over at OnTableTop.com. If I switch to that, you should be able to, Jerry should be able to take you through it.
So if you are joining us at home, you'll be able to come to OnTableTop, go to the big live blog, and as the weekend progresses, we'll be filling this up with photo galleries and videos of the people we speak to and the things we see. Maybe the food we eat. I don't know. That's an Instagram-y type thing.
Yeah.
One of the big ones that you'll see every day is the £1,000 giveaway.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Where people get to run rampant with Tony's card.
And spend £1,000.
I mean, if you're going to spend £1,000, may as well be somebody else's money.
Yes. Well, it is really, for many of us in the world, it's the only way to spend £1,000, isn't it? You're like
yeah. Oh, that is very true. Very true indeed.
The other website to have a look at is the UK Games Expo website. So for if you're thinking, maybe you're at home at the moment, you're thinking of coming down, there's still tickets. You can still pay at the door. You can come down and have some fun for a day or two. It's on all day today, all day Saturday, and most of Sunday. So it's I
mean, if you're anywhere near to Birmingham, it's easy to get into. We're not a million miles away from the train station either. So,
well, to be fair, everybody's near Birmingham because they're near the NEC.
Centre Mass.
Because the airport is right beside it. You get off the plane, and as my brother Lloyd tells me, he says, Warren, you get off the plane, and it's like you step immediately onto a train, and then you step off the train immediately into the NEC. It couldn't be easier.
No. I mean, it's what people want in life, isn't it?
Yes.
Just the very gentle meander. I will say, if you haven't already planned to come down to UKG and you're deciding that you need to hop on a plane to get here, that is dedication. I mean, right off the bat.
Well, you see, I took my first flight in like 20 years recently, so I'm kind of excited to do it again. I'm ready to do it again, Jerry. I want to get on one. Might even wing walk.
That would be a sight to see. I'm not sure how it would pan out for everybody else. But
I don't think I would plan out very well, my man. Right. So if the people at home are browsing around the UK Games Expo website, what's some of the interesting things that they can see?
Well, if you come over to the website, you can see us front and centre on the homepage.
There we are. Yeah.
And more importantly, you can come up here and sort of scout around through the various tabs. So, first big one that you want to have a look at is the maps. The layout's a bit different this year for UKG. They've shunted everything round about 45 degrees. So rather than being from Hall 1, Hall 2 and Hall 3, it goes 2, 3, A and B, and into 4. So the layout's slightly different. We are centre mass at the back of Hall 2. That's us. Look at us with our main stage. And you can see around us a whole host of things, from play areas to shops to testing areas. So you can have a look through the map and see exactly what's going on and where. Obviously, Hall 3 is filled with even more trailers, and this, like I say, is split into 2 because there's just so much that they have to try and cram in this year. It's almost impossible to fit it all into just one haul, so they haven't even tried. They've upped the footage and went absolutely ham on this. So if there's anything you're looking for in particular, you can scout it out via the map. And if you fancy your gaming, then Hall 4 is where all of the play areas and competitions and that sort of thing are going to be going on. So they've got a lot there, including, I believe the painting competition is going to be judged in there. So they're going to have, the cabinets are probably already set up and filling up with people who are interested in seeing what's going on with painting. First year for Duncan Rood's Painting Academy's UKGE Painting Masters. So it'll be a big one.
Yeah. So are we going to get some footage from that, hopefully, and be able to see what's happening? Yes.
Yeah. I imagine there'll be probably a few trips over, definitely to find out the winners later on, but just to see what's happening and what's filling up in the cabinets and what the judges make of it as well.
Well, I think we can actually show your introduction now, Jerry. I think we worked out what the problem was. So the problem was you had the UK Games Expo homepage open, so it was playing the live stream of what we were streaming back through your machine, back into the live stream, and it was doing that infinite window malarkey. So if you line it up, we will play it, and Jerry can bring you through the whole. Let's do it. And Jerry can bring you through the hall. Let's do it.
Hello, everybody. We're here at UKG 2025.
Let's do it.
But I wasn't hearing us whenever we were chatting.
You have to close that window.
This is all very complicated.
That has that. You've got a window open that has that UK Games Expo homepage. You've got to close it.
I will. I will do that.
There it is. There it is.
I will kill all of them. They're all dead now.
Right. Now we should be able to do this without any hassle.
Sure, that's what you tell me. Hello, everybody. We're here at UKG 2025. It's Friday morning. We're all very tired after a long couple of days of setup. The crowds are already gathering outside, and we're going to be showing you through the halls at some of what you can expect to see here this weekend. So follow me, like Challenge Annika. As you can see, there's some spectacular stuff already set up. Cradle Studios are here showing off Armoured Clash and Dystopia Wars, including a beautiful flying table with big fluffy white clouds, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm going to make our cameraman jog to keep up with me here, which is going to be really annoying for him. Mantic are in the house showing off Worms and Halo Flashpoint and the new Kings of War Champions, which is spectacular across the board. They also have a whole array of stuff from a River Horse now that they have Alessio back with them. So if you're interested in Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, or anything from the 80s, like the retro people that we are, it's all here. And potentially you've always got the opportunity to pester people and maybe find out a bit about what's coming for Assassin's Creed as well. If we plough further into this corner, because generally we go down a main street and people see the main streets, but there's some interesting bits and pieces lurking around here which shows what UKG is all about. So there's a ton of board games being played from different companies. Here we have Oranges and Lemons, say the Bells of St. Clements. So you've got a bit of naval board games, flying machines again, seems to be the order of the day, and some card games, the likes of which man has never seen before. Well, maybe they have. Depends who you are and where you come from. Rake of RPGs. There's been some spectacular RPGs that we've been seeing in the press event last night, and everywhere I look seems to be more and more of them, including things that scream to me, I must come and buy you. I must come and buy you. I must come and buy you. Because I am a massive fan of Cthulhu. So it's always extravagantly spectacular. Tucked into the corner, we have both the playtest zone and the sort of business zone. So if you're getting started in the world, you can come here and try and press the flesh, find out people who might be sculptors, artists, distributors, that sort of thing. And from 10 o'clock, the playtest centre will be open, where people will be given the opportunity to try out demo games of up-and-coming board games, something that's just on the cusp of being worked on, which is a fascinating thing to see because generally we see things on maybe Kickstarter or GameFound that hasn't come out yet, so you're just getting an idea of where the game is at. Here it really is where the gristle and the meat collide, so you get a chance to get in early, plough through it, see how it's going to go. If we sneak past the incredibly sweet section that Lloyd's not allowed near anymore, oh Lloyd, so much fudge, so very, very, very much fudge. We have a whole host of small independent stores doing a range of things from artwork to little additions for your gaming, whether it's dice or terrain or scenery. There's some great artists in here. We've got Crooked Dice, which I know Ben will almost undoubtedly be over, absolutely hammering them to try and find out what's coming up for 7TV in the not too distant future. And further down, come with me, cameraman, faster, faster. We have, like I say, some interesting little bits and pieces just for quality of life or a bit of fun. But Ralph Horsley is here once again. This time round he's got a whole little store of his own, so if you ever fancied some of Ralph's artwork or prints thereof, they're there, including some of the originals, which I'm assuming are particularly cheap. Not as cheap as I expected, just the 4 figures, but worth it for an original. If you get the chance to pop around here and have a chat with Ralph as well, that's always spectacular. If you need some cushions and anime stuff, Justin, Shay, John, I'm sure they'll be in there for a plushie like you wouldn't believe. And as we drag our way down Gamer Grass Street, which is a heck of a name, to be fair, you'll start to see in the background the big OTT studio up here, where we'll be live streaming for the next 3 days, or until we all fall over, depending which comes first. So that hopefully will give you an idea of, a tenth, less than a tenth of what's going on here. We've got a lot of running about to do over the weekend. We've got people who are going to be on the main stage, so Osprey, Hatchet, War Cradle will all be with us, giving you an idea of what they've got this year at the Expo and what's upcoming for a lot of their games as well, so you can stick with us for that. And we'll be talking to as many smaller independent people as we possibly can to give you an idea of exactly how it all comes together here at the UK GE. We're going to head off now and try and get as many things in the bag as we can so that you can see what's happening here. Stay tuned for the rest of the weekend. Bye-bye. Yes, there you go. Well done, past me. Yes. He's a good guy, that past me. I don't care what anybody else says about him.
So, I'm going to put you on the spot, Jerry.
Yes.
Any particular things? Like, I know you guys have been out and about, you've done the press previews, so you've had a chance to kind of dig through what's here this year. Anything that's kind of caught your eye so far that you're interested in?
Yeah, there's been quite a lot, actually. And even things like the press preview gives you a really good idea of some of what's going on, but trying to get through it all is tricky. I've seen a couple of fantastic RPGs, one of which just absolutely blew me away, and it was called Do Not Play This Game. There's a little interview coming later on, but to give you a rough idea of what the crack is with that one, it's a solo narrative RPG.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's like a Cthulhu story that you tell yourself. So one of those ones where somebody finds a book, and in the book it sort of explains the weird, sinister things that are going on in the world, and people slowly lose their minds as they explore it. And as you play through the RPG, you journal what's happened to you. So the things that are unique to your playthrough, you write down in your own journal, your descent into madness. But they also include things like sculpting or painting or putting together a box of curses that have befallen you. And then at the end, you've got this whole complete story with all of the paraphernalia behind it that you've created to showcase your investigation and loss of sanity. And then you can take that box and give it to a friend, and then they can start their own journal, and their playthrough will be based on the stuff that's happened to you, and on and on and on. So you can play it completely solo, and at the end of it have a beautiful little collection of stuff that you have made and is telling your particular story. Or you can hand that off and somebody else can use that as the basis for theirs. And as anybody who's ever read any sort of Lovecraft stories will know, it's always somebody finds a painting or a book or a sculpture that starts their descent
Their
into
journey,
madness of the mythos, so to speak. So that I thought was absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to get my hands on a copy of it as well. I just have to get out of here, paw at the doors until somebody lets me out to go and buy things.
Let me go to the chat here, because already we have people saying they wish they were here so they could buy us a beer. And of course, I've got to apologise once again to Primal, because he still hasn't forgiven me for not giving him worms back in 2022. I have a pack of ham in the fridge, mate, that I reckon if you ate that, I could give you worms this year, man. So, there. Always happy to oblige.
It's not an offer you're going to get often. And I don't know if it's an offer that you should take him up on, to be perfectly honest.
Well,
it is what it is.
You know. It's like I said, I'm always happy to oblige. So yeah, keep the chat going, guys. We do love to hear from you, and we will try our best to respond to what you are asking. So if you have particular things that you would like to see, oh my God, there's an accountant bouncing up and down outside the studio. That's a terrifying fright right there.
There's a lot of those about, but thankfully, generally with a water pistol or a strong spray and a rolled up newspaper, you can get rid of most accountants.
So yeah, please do keep in contact with us on the chat. My computer has just died, but we will find a way to. Oh, it's back again. We'll find a way, and tell us what you'd like to see. We will do our darndest to make sure that we send team members out to capture things. So the map that Jerry showed you, that's on the UK Games Expo website, feel free, go there, have a browse around, okay? Tell us what you want, what you really, really want, and we'll see what we can do over the next 2 or 3 days.
We'll send out a team of raving reporters.
Yes.
Which are like roving reporters, but much worse.
Yes, because they've got little glow sticks and stuff, haven't they?
Yeah. That's not beyond the realms of possibility.
So, Jerry.
Yes.
Anything more that the folks at home and whatnot can do on the UK Games Expo website?
Oh, very much so. One of the big things is, if you're coming here this year, there are a lot of interesting and different things that are unique to UKG this year. So when you come in, you can go through the tabs, plan your visit, that sort of thing. If we go to what's on, though, there's a couple of interesting pieces here. So they have the Pin Collective this year, and these are going to be an ongoing concern from all accounts across UKGEs in future. So specific places around the convention, around the expo, will have little pins that people can come up and get. There are a finite amount, and there's also a random selection. So if you want to complete the set, you'll have to do a bit of walking. They're going to have a trading area that's set up in Hall 4 around where the sort of concession stands are. So you can sit down, have something to eat, and then maybe trade and swap pins that you have with people who have other ones that you desire. Obviously, the key will be to try and collect the whole set. And over the years, people will be able to go, oh my God, you got X from UKG 2025. How did you? I never got that. I hate you so much. Because they
FOMO, just pure FOMO, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's you've got to keep the people coming back for more. You can get your leather jacket or denim jacket studded with your pins for UKG in future years.
Well, back to the chat, just to prime Jerry's mind so that he can intimidate the team into doing what you guys are asking.
Yes.
Jerry, here's some of the suggestions that are coming in thick and fast here, right? So let me see how I scroll through this to get back up a little bit. Okay, so let's see. We have Delta Force. They want to see some of the stuff from Mantic, especially about the Epic Warpath. If they have anything with them, see if we can get a little bit of an update on that.
That would be great. Considering I've backed it for... I was very good with Epic Warpath. I only think I backed it for 4 armies. So I showed restraint on that, but yes, they have been showing off renders and some early test prints of that to backers recently. So I haven't seen anything on the stand when we brushed past a moment ago, but that's not to say they don't know anything. So we'll definitely have to get somebody up for that. Yeah.
Primal is going to pass on my April 25 dated ham. That's okay, Primal. We'll work something out, man. But if anybody else wants some of that out of date ham, you're very welcome to it. Delta Force also wants to know about TT Combat. We'll do our best to see what they're finding out. Are we going to get a chat with Warlord about conflict?
Oh God, yes. Because for people who haven't seen or haven't heard, Conflict 47 is getting a revamp. Don't know if it's a new edition or if they're just slinging the focus back onto it. But they started things going with one of the US walkers. So Conflict 47 is weird World War II sort of things happened. But the walker is their equivalent of like a Sherman tank with a big gun on it, bipedal. Think ED-209 from RoboCop. And they had a picture of that. And right beside it was the foot of something else, and the foot was bigger than the walker, which means there's something monstrous coming. I believe they've also tied it to the weekend. So there's a scenario for Conflict 47 that runs in a sort of, the great exhibition in England where you had the massive Crystal Palace.
Yes.
There is a great exhibition running over the end of May and the start of June in 1947, and something happens. So they've got their own little special scenario there. So yeah, we are 100% going to see them. Ben may already have beat me to that one, unfortunately, so I'm not sure.
And if he has, you can beat him.
I will.
We also, I don't know if Parabellum are here.
Yes, they are.
They are here? Perfect.
They are. I haven't seen Daryl, but a couple of the guys are over from Greece, so seen them at the back of Hull 3. We will be having a chat with them to see what's up and coming, especially now that the Euroni are out, which has pushed the factions again, and their new miniatures coming out. Every time they seem to be stepping up. That collaboration they have with the plastic tooling in Poland is just, it's leaps and bounds from where they started a few years ago. And every time they release a new range, it just looks absolutely superb. So there's still rumblings about some other factions in the background. I'm still waiting for my Dogs of War. Leo, I will continue waiting for my Dogs of War. Leo, until I get my Dogs of War. Leo. But yes.
We're Basic Brush wants to know Crooked Dice. I saw them. They're over there. That's 7 TV, isn't it? Yeah.
7 TV.
Yeah. Nice big stand of loads of their stuff over there. So I'm pretty sure we could get the guys to.
Oh yes, yeah.
To stop in there.
Yeah, I think they're. I'm not sure what university they do their work with, because I know they do sort of games design with students, and they've worked on stuff like the Fantasy 7 TV in the past. I think they're working on something new. So I'm pretty sure Ben's already been in their ear about having a chat, seeing what's going on there. I just like seeing Sinbad, to be brutally honest, and Captain Scarlet as well.
Also, we have requests for Harefoot jousting with the Osprey. We have UK Pennywise coming down tomorrow. We'll hopefully see you then. Come and knock on my window. Knock on my window.
Tap on the glass.
Let us know
Do
when
not
you're
scare
here.
the animals.
Yeah. They're looking to try out a War of the Worlds single-player game. I'll be honest, I want to try out this RPG, this Cthulhu single-player RPG thing. That's so definitely.
I seen the War of the Worlds stand as we were wandering past. It's about 3 streets back. I'm just going to talk in streets these days.
Yes.
About 3 streets back and 1 street up. So I did brush past it very, very briefly. It's right in the corner. So easily missed if you're not herring in specifically for it. But yeah, I'm curious to see where that goes. Haven't seen Harefoot jousting at Osprey, but they have a big stand and I haven't had a chance to look around it. But they did have it at Salute and they've had it at a few other places, so I'd be very surprised if they didn't bring it here.
Yeah.
Because it looks like a lot of fun. And if it's anything like Salute, somebody was running around with one of those actual little chicken suits on, so it looked like they were riding on the back of a giant chicken, jousting with foam jousting lances. It was good. It was good times.
There we go.
Yeah.
An interesting one in from Boots on the Table with Dom. Dom asks, so a question for you fine fellows. Well, that immediately means you're going to get an answer, my man. He says, I am predominantly a historical war gamer and don't play board games these days. Is the event worth attending for people like me?
That's a fascinating question. I'm going to break it down to 2 bits. I know Dom fires out a fine amount of figures on a regular basis for a whole genre or range of genres and periods. It's probably more appropriate to say. So if you do the hobbying side of things and you're looking to pick up bits and pieces, there are tons of hobby around. So things like Gamers Grass and companies like that, where it means you can see the products in the flesh, so to speak. So you're going, maybe you're looking for basing bits or that sort of thing for setting your armies up. Tons of that, along with quite a lot of companies doing demos of their products. So Mega Ammo are here. They've got their range of oil brushers. They've also got the new Ionic range, which is sort of a fantasy-based paint range. Monument Hobbies are here with their paint range as well. And there's a lot of new paint ranges that are coming out, and it's difficult to see whether or not they're for you because you're just looking at colours online. So it's a great opportunity to see if they fit your painting style, that sort of thing. A lot of them are doing paint and takes as well, so you can sit down, have a butcher's, have a play around, talk to the people behind it, and then see whether or not that sort of side is good for you. So from a purely hobby side of thing, there's a ton of stuff like that. Buying bits and pieces, some of the larger plastic manufacturers are here. Rubicon's about. They're also running some examples of their new Vietnam game as well. You won't see the sheer volume of historic miniatures that you would at the likes of a Salute. So if you're coming here, you're going to be sort of limited in your selection for historics somewhat, but the other side of the hobby is massive. And then there's the open gaming area and the tournaments, a lot of which are put on by a mixture of clubs and companies, so depending on who's doing what. I know there's a DBM tournament on in the hall across the weekend, so there's things like that mean if you are purely a historical gamer, there's still a lot to see and get involved with. Maybe not as much as if you're more carte blanche and picking things here, there and everywhere, but yeah, you can still find bits and pieces that will whet your appetite, I would
and if I can add to that, 2 other aspects to this is one, the vibe. Sometimes look, there's not very many historical shows that are going to be as big and as diverse as what you would find at the likes of the UK Games Expo. So, do you know what? Heck it. If it was just a case of you trying it for a year, I would come down, give it a go, have a wander around and see. And if you've got family or whatever, it's an amazing family event. I will say that. These days, I'm probably more interested in some of the historicals than other stuff. But if I had the chance, I would definitely bring the family with me and let them run off and do their thing. So yeah, if you have people in your life that do like board games and stuff, you will be their hero, while you still get some entertainment that you may enjoy as well. So yeah, in a nutshell, yes, I think it's always worth a punt. Yeah. To come down to a show like this, because there really is a little bit for everybody. It's not all for everybody, but it's never intended to be. But there's enough, I think, to keep everybody entertained for at least a day. Yeah, and as far as what a day consists of, because somebody was asking, finishes around 6 o'clock. However, there are events and open gaming and tournaments that go on past that. So the sort of traders' halls close around 6, and then things like the Hilton or the area, the hall for the tournament and open play gaming, they're open till I think something ridiculous like midnight. So if you're interested, it's all there. Well, I'm about to cut to our first live interview of the weekend. Maybe I'm not about to cut to my first live interview of the weekend. Yeah. Just through the rules down. No, Warren, don't. I'm just following the damn thing they gave me to follow. Well, do people want to hear about somebody I met at the press event last night instead? Yes, why do you have one lined up, do you? I've got one sitting there. Right, if people want to take a walk beyond the veil. Fingers crossed I can make this work this time. Right, let's do it.
Hello there, folks. I am joined here by Paul, and we're going to be. And these guys are from Triscalian Games, whichever way you say it, it both works.
Triscalian, apparently.
Triscalian, that's the way to go. And if you like dungeon crawlers and games of that ilk, this collection seems like one for you. Can you sort of walk us through what you guys are doing, this kind of selection of different games, your shared universe that sort of binds it all together and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of the games that you can see before you are part of the Thinning Vale range. So the Thinning Vale is set in Innisfail, which is a latter Iron Age version of Celtic Ireland, and it's a horror fantasy version of that, really. So instead of going through to a fairy realm through she burial mounds, you'll instead go to the other side of midnight, which is a bit more twisted and involves a Seelian and Unseelie court that are in eternal loggerheads with one another. And
I've read enough Dresden Files to know how badly that goes.
right, yeah, exactly. I'm a little bit like Harry Dresden, actually. You get me around any electronics, it gets to be mayhem pretty fast. But yeah, so it started out a few years back. I suppose about 5 years ago I started to develop the Thinning Vale. We attempted to crowdfund it, but we were new on the scene and it was just post-pandemic. It didn't go well for us. But we're going to be bringing it back this year or early next. We're not too sure. But last summer we successfully funded the solo or two-player game Cormac McCart on the Other Side of Midnight, and its boss battler expansion Denizens of Midnight, and a Reaver's Tale where you play as a forsaken elf on the other side of midnight who's trying to get his immortality back, and he has to do that by courting nefarious underworld factions in the Underpalaces, doing jobs for them to try to gain the reward, which is he becomes a champion, goes into the death pits of Nightmare to face against a nightmare creature for their entertainment.
It is so incredibly metal, which I love.
Right. So, if you don't get your face ripped off, right, you can get your soul back and your immortality, and that's what Calcian's all about. In Cormac, which is set later, he's actually a villain and he's completely given into damnation. But Reaver's Tale, he's at that fork in the crossroads, and you can take him either way you like, really. And to be fair, he plays pretty well as a villain. No, he plays really well as a hero. You should definitely do that. Red Mist skirmish game over here on the left, which is all of these painted miniatures are for, is a PvP skirmish game, but it does have a little bit of a twist to it. There's a 6-scenario campaign where the ghouls are a meddlesome faction that get in the way of all your best laid plans. But as the game goes on, a patron will hire you to try and take out the Ghoul King, who's in a labyrinth. The Goblin King. No, the Ghoul King. Yeah, the Goblin King's David Bowie, isn't it? We don't want to take out David Bowie. He's lovely. Oh, he's already gone, isn't he? Yeah.
He's here in spirit.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So what was we talking about? Oh, yeah, a Ghoul King, right? So you're going to go and take the head of the Ghoul King, but now you've got to work with the people that you've been fighting against for the last 5 scenarios, so that might not go too well, and you're certainly not going to trust each other. But you might make a pact, mightn't you, and go, well, we'll divvy up the reward afterwards, trust me, governor. And then you're going to go and take his head off. But there are also 3 grudge matches, which are a traditional PvP game, right? So in that, you're going to pit your wits up against your opponent, and it's really going to be who's the most skillful, isn't it, who wins that game? Or if you get diced by someone, you know, because you were definitely the better player, but, you know, those treacherous, fickle dice.
Yeah. Well, my dice are always broken, so, yeah.
They are, which actually helps. I've got quite a good win streak. Let's not mention that.
It makes playtesting interesting.
I see. So that's Red Mist, a skirmish game. Whilst I was playing that in solo against the ghouls, I was having a really good time, and I thought, well, let's develop this as its own battle arena game where you've got heroes that can be leveled up, so you can get traits and talents and war cards and things like that. And that's what Red Mist Adventures is, really. You play as Folan Shadowblaze, which is this red-haired guy at the front there on that battle map. And you can also play as his ally Faust, which is a bar guest. You can play it in 2-player as well, and as the game expands, there will be more heroes that you can unlock or possibly kill instead of unlocking them. But if you do want a 3rd player, probably best ally with them, But in that game, you're going to be playing across these battle arenas, which have got a connected arc, so they're all designed as 3-act plays, but you can unlock bonus scenarios, which expands on that. And then when new heroes come in, they get agenda cards, and those agenda cards give them a reason to be in every scenario that precedes that content again in 3 or 4 player and so on. And then, of course, you can link the battle match together to have up to 5 players. That's where we're going to take the game in the end. Now, with Red Mist Adventures, that's really born of the situation with the Tower tariffs. I was thinking to myself, would it be really good if we can have something that is digital but supported by an on-demand product? So we've gone through Tribes, which is on My Mini Factory. You can subscribe for $10 a month. You get the whole thing digitally, and all you need to bring is a couple of these 12mm dice, which most people have got if they do a bit of wargaming. Everything else you can buy through Only Games. We're in the proofing stage at the moment, so over the next couple of weeks, all that stuff's going to be live. Right now, you can buy the welcome pack miniatures.
Oh, wow.
But there will soon be all of the rest of that. Yeah. In fact, we should get our samples sometime during this event. So that's Red Mist Adventures. Every month there's going to be more scenarios, more heroes, short stories. So in the first pack there's an 8,500 word short story which I wrote. There will also be some audio books to go with that, which I will write myself. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's really awesome. Yeah.
Why not, you know? So they will all be like this, and people are like,
It'll be as metal as the game is. So,
yeah, as hardcore as I can take it. Yeah, that's it. So that's Red Mist in a nutshell. So with the subscription, you get a 10% discount on the Only Games store, which is obviously worth more than the value of your subscription when you start to buy a physical product.
Right.
And you'll get it after a couple of weeks instead of waiting 18 months through a crowdfund and being at the mercy of tariffs. Also, if you're in the US, they've got a US hub. So they've got a UK hub and a US hub, I should say. So you don't have to worry about that side of things either. So you'll definitely get your product.
I really love the passion that you guys have for this, and I love that you've built up this world and this interesting dynamic and all these different variants and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that you've made it accessible through various avenues for people to get it stuck into the game, which is always nice, I think, because it means if people want to get absorbed in your world, they've got a nice, easy entry point to have some fun with it, and then step into different products and go in different ways.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. That's something that we've definitely worked with, because the idea is that if you get used to the mechanics in, say, the Thinning Veil or in Cormac, then when you start to play the other games, there's so much that's in sync with that.
It's a nice ecosystem. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And so your familiarity is that there's a few differences here and there, but for the most part, that familiarity is going to be cross-sectional through the product, so you can just dive right in. So yeah, accessibility is key.
And if you're a fan of painting, you've got some lovely miniatures to paint, but not too many, just enough, which is always good. So.
Right, yeah. That's too many of the same sculpt, right? You're like 30 zombies, nice. Yeah.
So yes. Make sure to come and check out the folks from Triscalian. Are you guys going to be running demos and stuff here at the show?
Yeah. So Paul's going to be running Red Mist Adventures. I'll be running some Thinning Veil scenarios, possibly a bit of Red Mist Adventures as well.
If people want to sit down and play a couple of rounds of Cormac, we've got that there as well.
Yep, or even Red Mist. So we're going to be there in Hall 4, stand 720.
Brilliant. And folks can obviously find you guys online as well and all that kind of thing as well.
Yeah, we've got a website, Discord, all that, yeah.
We'll have links and stuff in the doobly-doo, as they call it. And yes, we'll catch you guys later in the rest of the live blog and, of course, on the live stream. Goodbye for now. Hello there, folks. We are here at the UK Games Expo, and we have our first interview of the day, which is pretty awesome. I am joined here by Chris and James from Cradle Studios.
Hello.
And you guys have some pretty freaking awesome stuff that you guys have been doing over the last little while. I mean, I suppose we'll start off, as is customary now, I suppose, with Armoured Clash, because we talked about that a little bit last year, but sort of diving into it now for the first time. How are things been going with Armoured Clash and the sort of release of the game and all the new factions that have come out for it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's been a year since we were sat here talking about Armoured Clash and that it's coming out or it's just out.
All the sort of previews and teasers for it, So.
And now we're 5 factions in. We've got so much stuff now for every faction that's out, with another 3 to come, and yeah, it's going really good. So. I thought I'd bring a few of the latest bits that we produced out and show them off.
Yeah, so a couple of months ago we got to see the flyers getting added into the mix. Can you sort of like walk us through how kind of like they've changed up the game for people playing Armoured Clash? Because they do a few different things in it, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And essentially we've got this rock, papers, stone thing with Armoured Clash where... Well, paper, scissors, I'll get it right. Where you've got armoured units, infantry units and aerial units. And so by having aerial units come into the game, it gives it that third dimension where there were certain units that were good against aerial, but before there were any aircraft in the game, only had a quite limited use on the tabletop. Whereas now that you've got to worry about aircraft coming at you from all angles, you need to ensure that you've got that aerial defence to be able to take them down. So
it provides some really interesting sort of decisions for people to make when it comes to securing objectives and things, I suppose, because
Yes.
you suddenly can't just rely on the back of your board to be safe, essentially.
Yeah,
from incoming
absolutely. I
aircraft
mean,
and stuff, so.
as Chris says, like one of the big things is watching people. The first time they played games, when we were playtesting, the first games that used aircraft with our playtest group, they were so confused at first because it's like, well, how do I shoot them? I haven't got any aerial. It's like, well, you need to be putting aerial units in. And what's interesting is, like, on a faction by faction basis, there's different ways of dealing with it. Like, and a great example is the Crown. The Crown are a very kind of traditionalist, stuck in their way of doing things kind of faction. They really suffer when the enemy's got aircraft on the field because a lot of their units are not cut out for it because they're used to the targets being over there, not up there. And it's really a nice way of kind of telling that story through the rules.
And so, talking of factions, I mean, how many of you guys got now for Armoured Clash out in the wild? Five, yeah. And people can dive in and get there's some really interesting avenues for people to dive in and get their hands on those, because you've got like battle group sets and all that kind of thing. So talk us through the sort of entry points into Armoured Clash at the moment then.
So there's a lot of ways that you can get into the game. For somebody that wants to just dip their toe into the game and give it a go, we've got the Battle for Singapore 2-player starter set, which contains quick rules and everything you need to get a real basic game going. So you can literally build those armies straight out the box and have a game. And it's designed to allow people to really have a taste of Armoured Clash. And then we have the individual introductory sets, which also have that kind of quick rule, get it into the game quickly method of entry. And then there's the army battle groups. So every faction has a big battle group set that has a whole army in a box, and all the rules, the cards, the templates, tokens, the dice, and everything you need to play for the serious gamer that's like, right, this is it, this is my game, this is my army, I'm going for it. And so allowing people to have those different ways to enter the game means that hopefully it's accessible to as many people as possible. And the more people that play it mean the more games you can get on the table.
And obviously, we should point out, I suppose, that Armoured Clash 10mm scale, so it's sort of smaller than you might expect from some other tabletop games out there and things like that. But so it's an interesting thing for people to dive into for maybe the first time that they've never tried something on that small scale. But not to be too worried about feeling like you're going to get stuck into lots of really nitty-gritty stuff. Like we've seen the game being played obviously on our channel and things like that, and it's all really smooth and that kind of thing. You guys have worked really hard on the mechanics to try and make it a great entry point, as you say, to the dystopian world.
It's all about it being accessible. It's not just financially accessible. It's also, from a time sink. And let's face it. Who's got the time to sit down and play a war game for 7 hours? Certainly not me.
True,
Whereas, Armoured Clash is definitely the kind of game you can play, an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you get a decent game in. But it scales really well, and so if you really want to have a full weekend's game, you can absolutely do that. You can have reinforcements coming back on the field. You can, do your own clashes and extend the turn times to 10 turns or whatever for the game, and do whatever you want. So it's got that flexibility to be able to tailor the game to your own needs.
And so what are some of these additions that you've got here? Because obviously we've talked about, it's lots of tiny soldiers and tiny tanks and things like that, but of course you could obviously walk around with massive colossi and all that kind of thing as well.
That's the joy of a small scale, right, is the infantry are small, but it means you can go big and see the really big stuff.
And so how do they sort of function and stuff in the game and things like that? So
these are both behemoths, so they are the real kind of walking mobile fortresses in the game.
The centerpiece of your army almost.
If you take one of those out in one turn, you're doing really well, really well.
So you're not Jerry with his bad dice rolls there.
So we've got the Faust here for the Imperium, which is a big stompy robot. Who doesn't love a big stompy robot?
Who doesn't love
It's an interesting from a design perspective because we have big robots for the Imperium already in Dystopia Wars, but It's of a similar size because the scale is different, but these are much smaller than the huge robots that are in.
You get to see
Wars.
the bottom half of these because all the other ones are wading through the ocean.
See the legs.
So.
But we wanted to go for a different design choice with it, so it looked very different. It wasn't just a scaled down version of the huge ones in Dystopia Wars. And then you've got the Wells here, which is, you know, one of, I think, the weirdest and wackiest units in the entire of Armoured Clash.
Can I clarify? That's the award-winning Wells.
The award-winning.
Oh, you
Wells.
got to add that on now. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's very
I think, well, yeah, because like the enlightened behemoths, they're not just walking fortresses. They're kind of research centres. They're moving laboratories. You know, they have a very specific purpose in the way the enlightened. They don't really go to war. They go to, you know, claim land and, you know, borrow natural resources. And occasionally the locals aren't happy about it, so they need to also be armed very heavily. Commentary exists.
There's not a lot of science going on the battlefield, though, is there, James? Let's face it.
Or weird science, maybe.
Yeah,
there's
a lot of, you know, particle beams to the face
which,
in the name of science.
Which are then collecting vital data, which can be fed back.
It's
to be fair, I mean, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, it's one of the things that I've really enjoyed about what you guys have done with all the factions over the last however many months it's been, sort of, because it was the tail end of last year that we got to see, like, well, Armoured Clash September kind of thing, and then obviously until now. Every one of the factions feels like it has a serious character built into the rules design.
I'm glad you
that then
said
carries
that,
through, because everything
will
feels really different, both aesthetically and mechanically, which is always good. So
as James will attest, a lot of work has gone into the feel of every faction on the battlefield, and our sculptors and our graphics team have gone into a lot of detail to make them all look different. I mean, you can see we've got 6 different aircraft here, and each one of them is absolutely identifiable as to its faction. And even after a few games of Armoured Clash or Dystopia Wars, any player would probably be able to name the faction that these will come from. And that's super important on the battlefield, because you need to have that immediate identification of what's yours, what's your opponent's.
Exactly.
And if some casual gamers stroll over and look at it, they can go, okay, well, these are the 2 armies that are fighting, and I can tell who's who. So, and again, you know, having that identity for your army, and let's face it, they are our characters, aren't they? They're the people that we're portraying on the tabletop. So you want to have really cool miniatures, and you know, the rule of cool is definitely something that we stick to as much as we can.
And I think it's really nice that we have a lot of collaboration between, like, you know, we'll have these big like lore meetings and talk about what is the story behind this unit, how does it, you know, in the narrative, what does it do, how do we reflect that on the tabletop, how does the miniature reflect that. It's a very holistic process. There we go. That's a good way of putting that.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah,
I'd have got it wrong.
And so for people who want to sort of get an idea of how Armoured Clash plays, you guys have got demos and stuff over at the front of Hall 2,
absolutely. Armoured Clash demos running all weekend, but more excitingly, we have Dystopia Wars, the new edition of Dystopia Wars, which is going to be out this summer, and we are running.
What a good segue! So.
We are running demos of that all weekend. So if you want to come and try out the new game, we've got some interesting developments.
We have, it's already proven really popular. We've had a lot of people come and play games of Dystopia Wars already, and the response has been fantastic. It's been really heartening to see how much people are enjoying the new edition of the game. We went into it with some really clear goals, things we wanted to tighten up, things we wanted to, you know, improve upon, lessons learned from, you know, the game being developed over the last few years, and also, like, as with any like constantly growing miniatures range, the game starts feeling a little bit unwieldy in certain places as the range gets bigger, and we've kind of taken the opportunity to simplify, collapse down. But the thing I've been saying a lot today is we're not removing the granularity, we're removing the complexity. We're letting people make interesting decisions, resolve those quickly, then move to the next decision. And it means that, I mean, you can play a game in a fraction of the time now. A 1,000-point game, you'll get through a round in 15 minutes.
Great,
which is spot on. You know, I love that.
And from a a complexity point, as we were talking. When we produce new units, you want that unit to do something specific. You want it to do something cool, something different. 9 times out of 10, though, that rule isn't covered in the core rules of the game. So special rules start to become a real big feature in making every unit different on the table. But when you've had 3 years of making all these new special rules, you have a lot of bloat. And so we've looked at all those rules, we've looked at how we can make that flavour still appear in the game, but have it baked into the core rules. And therefore it just streamlines everything until we decide to make some new units, and then we make a whole new
But I think the thing
special
is,
rules again.
we've sort of made a big effort to build a framework that's really rugged, and we've left a lot of like levers to pull down the line, and little things we can hook things into, so that when we do come to add in more stuff in down the line, which we already will be doing, we're ready for it. We're not having to make quite such massive changes. So I'm really excited to see
famous last words, James.
What's quite nice as well is that over the last couple of weeks or so, you guys have been quite open about the design and everything of the game, and you've been doing developer diaries and that kind of thing. So if people want to follow along with what you folks are doing and sort of where you're taking the game, they can find all that over on the blog, isn't it? So
there's a lot of fear in established communities about new versions of games, because people get used to playing a game, they get comfortable with it, it becomes their game, they like the meta, they like what they're doing with their group, and there's a lot of apprehension about well, they're changing my game, it's it's going to break it, and it's not going to be enjoyable anymore. But obviously all the miniatures are going to be usable, nothing's going to be taken out of the range, nothing's going to suddenly be in your collection, you're not going to be able to put it on the table. But we want to be as open as possible with people, so we can reassure them that actually it's only going to get better, it isn't going to get worse, and you're going to have just as much fun playing 4th, if not more, the new edition, if not more, than you were before.
I will say, like, the response from existing players who have come and tried it out today has been overwhelmingly positive. I think because we spent a lot of time listening to the community, we're a company that listens to the community. We listen to what the gamers want. We don't always do exactly what they want, but we take it on board, and we think about what is the solution that will help people enjoy the game more and help more people enjoy the game. And I think we've kind of threaded the needle. I'm really happy with what we've done.
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely fantastic. So if you want to dive into the dystopian age and play some amazing 10mm games, or dive into the naval wargaming of Dystopian Wars, which, if I can remember the scale, 1 to 100?
1 to 1200,
1 to 1200, there you go, that's the one. Yeah, I always get that.
Pretty small.
Yeah, it is very. So yes, if you are interested in diving into those, you can obviously come and check out the Cradle Games stand, at the beginning, at the front of Hall 2. Come and have some demos of all of that and see what it's all like, and obviously meet you guys as well, so you can talk to Chris and James and find out a little bit more about the game and what you think about it as well. And we can't wait, obviously, to dive deeper into the game with you folks, and obviously the new edition of Dystopian Wars later in the year. Yes. What are the first 2 factions going to be? What are you going to do in the new start set? Can you tell us?
Well, actually, because we've got an established range already, we're not going to do a 2-player starter
So
right off the bat. So all those miniatures are available. All we're going to do is allow players to just buy the rules and the gubbins that they need to play it, and then they can just carry on with their existing miniatures. And if new people want to come in, they buy the gubbin set and whatever models they want, and they just go and have a game.
Nice and simple then. So yes, as I say, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thanks for having us.
If you want to come and check out more stuff from War Cradle and of course Wayland Games, go and check it out at the front of Hall 2. We're going to throw back to the studio now, I think, where those guys are going to run some ads for us, and then we'll be back very, very soon. Bye for now.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, An island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Hello there, folks. We're joined once again by Hachette Board Games and Rob, who has been on the live stream many times now, talking about all the things you guys have been doing. We have some really fun stuff that you guys have been working on recently, and the most important one, I think, is Gwent.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my days. The amount of times people have been asking for physical Gwent,
yes,
and we're actually properly getting it from you folks.
This is finally happening, yes. It's about 10 years in the making, and we finally have Gwent. So, for those who know The Witcher 3, Ben, have you played The Witcher 3?
I have played The Witcher 3. I've tossed
like
a coin, done all that stuff.
You know
so,
all the jazz, you know it all. So The Witcher 3, the preface to this, I'll give the kind of, the sort of fun marketing-y stats first, which is The Witcher 3 was the 9th biggest selling video game of all time, 75 million units sold.
Wow.
So quite a big deal, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And what The Witcher 3 has in it, for those who don't know, is basically a side game, a mini game within the game.
You mean the main quest of Witcher 3?
So you've got this mini game called Gwent, and it was a card game that the team at CD Projekt Red, who developed The Witcher, developed on the side, and it became such a phenomenon that the memes that used to go around were people saying like, I have to play this Witcher game to get the bits of Gwent that I actually want to be
Gwent
doing.
Cards,
Yeah. And that's the kind of marketing stat stuff. One of my favourite kind of personal tales of Gwent, which I always tell in kind of, for those who are unaware of what a phenomenon this is, our sales guy, one of our team members, Adam, he used to run a retail store in Scotland, in Glasgow, had about 5,000 different products, and he would get, when I first saw this game, he told me he had 3 to 4 people coming in every single week at his store in Glasgow, just saying, can I buy Gwent? And he'd have to be like, it doesn't even exist. I'm sorry, it's like it's a thing in a game. You can't buy it. It doesn't exist. But now, finally, it has come to be. So, this is the full set of cards that you find in The Witcher 3.
Oh,
this
brilliant!
Is everything you get in The Witcher 3. So, what we have in here is 5 different factions. There were 4 that were in the base Witcher 3 game, and then the Skellige faction, which was part of one of the Witcher 3 expansions as well. The whole lot is now in this box, ready to play. It is retailing for £44, coming out in September.
Brilliant.
What you will get in the box is a playmat, lovely vinyl playmat that you can rock and roll with. You get all the cards, they say, and the idea of the game, for those who don't know, is that you sort of construct a deck in advance. So you construct a deck of cards, roughly about 30 cards in size, and then during the game you're playing a 1v1 duel. And the idea, when you're playing the duel, you can see these little symbols here. The camera can pick that up. We could see these little symbols here to indicate the lanes that you are playing into. Oh, towards me. Okay, there we go. Cool. You can see these little symbols that indicate the lanes they are being played into. And the idea of the game is you're playing cards back and forth, and at some point during a round you will pass. Now, when you pass, the other player can continue to play, in effect. So they can continue to play cards. The big reason that you may not want to just spaff all your cards in that first round is because you only ever pull 10 cards from your deck. And so you get 10 at the start of the game from the deck you've constructed of 30,
Yeah.
and then with a few small card power exceptions, you don't draw any more.
Right, yes.
So there's a real kind of tempo to that. You need to kind of choose when to pass wisely, not spend all your cards at once. But when you win 2 rounds, you win the game, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
So each of the decks, for those, the lovely thing about demo in this game is you have a lot of people who are familiar with the Witcher who come over and they're like, I spent hours on Gwen. When this game came out, I spent hours and hours and hours. It's been 10 years. Sit me down, play me a game, and halfway through their muscle memory sort of kicks in, and the nostalgia's coming back. They're whipping out their favourite cards and they're beating their opponent with glee. But the lovely thing about it is it's such a good game that I've demoed it to roughly about 20% of the people have unbelievably never heard of Gwen.
Wow, okay,
and so I've showed it to them and they're like, this is an amazing 2-player card game. I'm like, yeah, this is why it was wild. This is why people got so obsessed with this. So the thing that's really exciting with this physical set is that it's actually kind of the ultimate edition of Gwen. And the reason for that is there is a little book of extra game modes that come in the box. And so you can play that traditional 1v1 Gwen that you'll have been used to from The Witcher 3.
Yeah.
But in that game mode book, you can now play a 3 to 5 player version of Gwen.
Interesting. Yeah.
3 to 5 players. Yeah. And you can also play a 2v2, which subjectively, on a personal angle, is now my favourite way to play Gwen. I have been playing the 2v2 mode, and it's a tag team mode where it bounces back, the turn order bounces back and forth.
I see.
But it's got this lovely kind of added depth from that, because you have the ability to show each other your cards, your teammate your cards, work out the synergies that can happen between different factions, and then build out these kind of radical sets of of cards that are played into the arena because of the fact that the factions synergize in these interesting ways. It has a lot more banter, it has a lot more chat, it has that team element to the whole thing, which means it's suddenly a much more kind of dynamic and lively game. And there's also, I should say as well, there's a solo mode that's been built into this as well. Yeah. So as I say, this is all coming out in September. There is a lot, as I say, for those who want to get practicing.
There are so many cards.
There are so many cards, I mean, each faction sort of has kind of like a power that it hinges on a little bit. So you've got, for example, there is a monster deck here, which is full of things like vampires and various creatures, and they sort of specialize in playing out a card and then like swarm attacks, which suddenly spawn a load of other extra cards of the same type onto the board. Yeah. You've got other decks which specialize in kind of a camaraderie sort of ability, which means that if they're being played out with other cards, they strengthen each other.
Okay.
So every deck has its own set of abilities. Other things that have been added to this edition as well is a tournament rule set. For those who kind of remember their Witcher 3 days, there were certain ways to build decks to really kind of, I'm not going to say broken, but there are certainly like strategic ways to build decks that meant you were pretty much unbeatable. Yeah. The spy strategy, for those who are who remember that. So tournament rules will limit things like the amount of spies you can put in the deck, and a certain amount of heroes and things like that to stop you kind of just having an all-powerful, undefeatable deck essentially in the game.
Is the artwork still just drawn from the video game, or have you added some new stuff in as well?
Yeah,
or
all the OG artwork, which is lovely. Brilliant. So it's a real, as I say, a real nostalgia treat. The thing about this game is, there's, as I say, a great game in there, but it's lovely just showing Witcher fans this, and that nostalgia kicks in, and it's just like, yes.
I did notice that there is a coin to toss to Witchers.
This is it. So the base box, I should say, the deluxe, the base box comes with that vinyl playmat, all the cards to play. Everything's good to go. You get some paper coin and cardboard coin and cardboard gems, which indicate how many kind of wins you've had in a game of Gwent. But we have various deluxe elements. There's a neoprene mat, a two-player neoprene mat. There's also faction mats if you are particularly into like the monsters or Skellige deck or whatever. You can get your faction mat for it. There are card sleeves as well for each faction.
Brilliant.
And only at UKGE right now there is this coin and gem set. This is a metal coin with and this is only at UKGE at the moment for those who enter the official tournament, which is happening on Sunday.
Right.
There will be other chances. If you have missed out, there will be other chances to get this. Don't worry.
That's so cool.
There will be more chances. But there's plenty of options to deluxify, but
There you go.
That's it.
Lovely coin. Ooh.
So yeah.
If that gets tossed to you, it means you are Geralt of Rivia. So there you go.
That's how it is. That's how it is. Yeah. So
if you have the coin, you are the man. So,
that's it. That's it. So yeah, that is Gwent. For those who haven't played, we are running plenty of demos at our stand over the course of the weekend. Yeah. As I say, good luck to anyone who has entered the tournament, which is the first official Gwent tournament ever physically run. So yeah, it's exciting stuff.
So you said this is coming out September, was it?
That's right, September. Brilliant. Yes,
so
that's
absolutely
it.
Fantastic. So yeah,
it's just in time. We've just had the Witcher 3 10th anniversary happened about last week.
So it all comes together nicely.
Yeah,
that's really
that's
cool.
it. That's
so
it.
yes, obviously we have Gwent here from you folks that you guys are working on stuff. We're going to move this to the side now.
We're going to stick this out
of
the way.
We have other stuff that guys want to show off.
Lovely.
That we're going to just quickly rattle through for this one. So we will start off with Tag Team.
Tag Team.
Which is this one here.
Yes.
So I'll hold that up so we can have a look at that.
Okay.
So what is Tag Team?
So Tag Team is a new game from a studio called Scorpion Masqué. Now, for anyone who doesn't know who Scorpion Masqué are, their last game was Sky Team.
Yes.
Now, Sky Team is probably going to ring familiar to a lot of people. It did very, very well. It's a cooperative game, two-player cooperative game. This one is a little less cooperative. This is a little bit more vicious. Okay, this is a competitive dueling game. Now, the essence of the game is that players will take. There is a bunch of different characters in the box.
Yeah.
At the start of the game, you will take two characters to form your tag team, the eponymous tag team. Now, each character also comes with a deck of cards. At the start, you get one card for each character, and you put them face down in front of you. So you have a two-card deck, in effect. And the first thing you then do is you reveal, both players then reveal, you enter a fight round, basically. You reveal the top card for your deck, as does your opponent. And simultaneously, those effects will activate. So sometimes you'll do some damage, you'll have heal effects, you'll have special powers, you'll have blocks, and all that kind of juicy good stuff. And you'll reveal those two cards one by one, simultaneously do your effects, and that's a fight. Okay. And the idea is what you're trying to do is whittle down any one character to the KO point, to the knockout point, in classic sort of 1990s beat 'em up fashion. As soon as one character is KO'd, that is the round, and that player loses. Now, the way the game will progress, however, is that the rest of the cards for your two characters have been mashed together, they've been shuffled together, and you'll peel three off the top of the deck, look at them, and choose one which you integrate into your deck at that point. So you can then...
We'll have a look inside, I guess.
Yeah, we can pop that box open. Yep, let's do this. There we go. So, a bunch of different cards, as you can see here. So for each character, they've got their own card set. You take three cards, and let's just say I had these two characters in my that I was playing with. I would take three of the cards. I would choose one which I slot into my fight deck at that point, and then we resolve the thing again. So we put both our decks face down, and reveal top cards. Do the effects.
Really nice.
Reveal the next card. Do the effects. So then you resolve these three cards, right? You then do the same thing again. You pull three more cards off the top of your deck, choose one, slot it in anywhere in your deck, and go through that process one more time. So it is a deck builder crossed with an auto battle.
I like the sound of that.
But with plenty of, because each character is asymmetric but also synergizes with every other character, it means you have, like, I don't know the maths, but lots of different kind of ways to play, because there is a lot of variability, because there are so many different characters that can be kind of smashed together. And that's kind of the essence of the game. It's as simple to play as that. You're constantly building this ever-growing deck and combating against one another in auto-battler fashion, but you're adding cards as you go as well.
Love it. Sounds very cool. And obviously Scorpion Mask have done some amazing things over the last... So, you know, you're buying pedigree when you dive into something
They're
like
on
this,
top of things.
Cool,
That's it.
They are top men. Top men. So yes, as well as Tag Team, we have an Asterix game coming out as well. So yeah, we'll slide this one over.
There we go. Okay, so Asterix is obviously a bit of a phenomenon, worldwide phenomenon, and this is a kind of lane battling board game based on the Asterix formula. So based on the Asterix franchise. Now, what you are actually doing in the game is battling over these album covers.
Okay.
So you can sort of see just here the magazines or the album covers that are there, and you are battling in a kind of lane battler fashion. If we were playing, let's say, a 3-player game, I would have one between you and I, Ben,
right? Yeah.
And I'd have another between the player here,
okay.
And you are fighting over these together. Now, some of the twists to this game is that you have obviously the Gauls and the Romans in Asterix, and when you are playing out cards, you can see that the album is either on the red or the blue side.
Okay.
So you can only play if the blue side was facing me, I can only play blue cards on my side in effect. Right. The other cool thing is that on the back of the cards you can also see the colours. So I know how many, say, red cards you're holding, for example. Yeah. One more twist to that, however, is that some cards are sort of neutrals. They're purple.
Okay. Right.
They appear on the back as either red or blue.
Yeah.
However, they can be played into any lane, and I wouldn't know that you may be holding a juicy hand of purple cards and can attack me pretty hard. That's kind of the gist of it, and it's a race to kind of 50 points in the game. Each album you win is worth 15.
Okay.
And then there's sort of like dribbles of extra points you can get through other parts of the game, and there's plenty of different special powers and effects on the cards and things like that. So
very cool. Yeah. So very nice for fans of Asterix who want to dive into a little bit of strategic tabletop action.
Yes,
very cool.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's a lovely kind of. It lasts about half an hour to play.
Oh, I love that.
It's got lots of like stabby maneuvers you can take. It's like one of those games where when you're outplayed, you just want to dig out and play again because on a vengeance mission, you know.
And again, lovely art, obviously, of course, based on obviously the Asterix and Obelix comics.
Yeah.
So yes. So what have we got next? We've got Focus, is it? Or do you want to Try Not to Die?
Let's go with Hero Slam.
Ooh.
So Hero Slam.
Here we go, yes.
There's a new game coming a little later this year. This is actually we're not even demoing this game. It's an early stage at this point, but it is from an artist called Jamie Smart, who's also a comic book and graphic novel writer. Basically, if you go into, if anyone ever has heard of Bunny versus Monkey, that's his kind of like, that's his phenomenon. That's his. If you go into any kind of books, any W.H. Smiths, you'll find plenty of Bunny versus Monkey out there. It is a phenomenal kind of kids series of graphic novels. And comics.
Right, I see. Yeah.
But this is a game that he has actually designed and illustrated.
Brilliant.
So he's done the whole process of this. And this is kind of like a push your luck, take that style game, where what you're doing is a sort of I want to call it semi-cooperative, because you have this kind of mission as a team, as a group of players, where you're kind of going through a quest or an adventure, and at the end of the game you're going to kind of battle a big boss, and there's multiple sort of big bosses that are unrevealed, and you don't know who you're going to fight, but you're going to fight this big boss at the end of the game. And it's sort of, in that sense, it's kind of cooperative in the sense that you are all invested in beating this big boss. However, it's whoever has the most glory at the end of the game. Whoever kind of takes that big boss down the hardest is the one who wins. So what you're doing through the course of the game is actually building up a little party of heroes, and they're all kind of wacky, weird heroes that you can pick up through the course of the game, and through that there's a kind of push your luck element where heroes will be revealed, and you can choose to reveal more heroes. However, at a certain point, depending on what's revealed, you may sort of bust, and you can't take those heroes. So you have to make a sort of choice as to when you decide to, and some heroes are just objectively better than others. You might have the big brave wizard who is like super awesome at like taking out those enemies along the route, or you might just have like a chicken who's super weak, but he's going to do his little bit.
Every little helps, right?
Yeah, so, that's it. So you go through this quest. There are moments in the game where one of the cards revealed might cause a fight, which is where actually all the players then have a little scrap with one another, could knock each other's heroes out of the game, and that and then you get to a point where you face off against the big bad, and whoever is sort of like the biggest champion takes the glory and wins the game.
Very cool.
So this is coming out a little bit later this year. As I say, it's not yet being demoed, but it's one that we're very, very excited for.
And looks lovely as well.
It
really
looks
lovely
gorgeous,
artwork as always on that one. Great.
And
then we've got one final one.
One final one here, yes.
Focus.
This is a lovely little. This is now officially out. So this is a new game that we have released a couple of months ago, but it's one that we're showcasing a lot at the moment. It's a cooperative 2-player deduction game.
I see. Okay.
And it's got, what you'd be doing is building a grid of cards, a 4x4 grid of cards, and every card just has a sort of symbol on it. Sorry, a picture on it. So we've got this egg here. Now, you'll have one card that you don't want me to pick up. So every turn, what you'll do is remove a card, basically. And you just don't want me to remove one card that you'll know about.
I see.
So it may be this egg.
Yeah. So you've got like things like an egg and like a book.
There's a book, there's a
stuff like
hat,
that,
there's
so-
a gun, you know, all that kind of stuff. So all sorts of different imagery, all sorts of different bits of imagery. And there's one card that you just won't want me to remove, and I'll have one card that I don't want you to remove. So we win the game if we've removed every card except our 2.
I see. Okay, right.
But there's the idea of this is you're giving clues about the card you don't want removed by the cards you are removing.
Right.
Okay.
And this is the kind of thing that dictates sort of what you're looking to focus.
Yes,
So
that's the
yes,
focus
there
there.
you go.
There you go. Yeah. So in that, an easy example might be that say mine's a gun, a picture of a gun. Maybe I'm going to remove like a knife because I'm thinking, hey Ben, it's a weapon. I need to clue you in that it's a weapon. Hopefully by taking this knife out of the board or a sword or whatever, you'll be picking up that, hey, it's a weapon, okay, cool. But then, as you know, with a lot of these kinds of games, people can get way more abstracted. People can start thinking in terms of color. They can start thinking in terms of like a novel they've read 17 years ago, and they're like, wasn't this kind of, wasn't the gun used, the bullet was blocked by a marshmallow or something crazy?
The meta develops and changes based on other people.
Yeah. But it's a lovely, fast playing, it takes roughly about 10 minutes, so it's one of those ones you can just set up, play again and again, and it's just really breezy, so easy to play, so easy to teach, and yet you just get to know a lot about a person from how they play the game, which I think is one of those beautiful little things that games can
fantastic.
do. Yeah.
And people can play this and sort of dive into it here
People
at the show.
can pop along to the show, they can pick this up.
Brilliant.
This is £10, so it's a very affordable game to pick up, play, enjoy in the halls later today.
Awesome.
That kind of thing.
Very cool. So yes, if you want to learn a little bit more about what Hachette are showing off here at the show, where are you guys based?
We are, I'm going to get this right, 2416. There you
Boom.
go. Yes.
So in the same hall as us, so
That's
you can
it.
find us here.
Yes, just down the way.
Come and play some Gwent, dive into tag team, check out Focus and all the things that you guys are doing. Always a pleasure to talk to you about all your games you're working on. They're always really fun, and there's always something different as well. And I'm fairly sure a lot of people are going to be very, very interested in Gwent.
Yes.
And seeing where that one goes. So yes, that's September for that one.
September, we've got about 8 demo tables running, so there is a lot of space. We've got about 50 tables in total this year, so we've got a lot of other games. I've just shown you a brief snippet. Yeah. But there's a lot of good stuff. So yeah, thank you for having me on as well.
No worries.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're going to throw back to the studio now and let those guys run some more ads. And we'll be back very, very soon. Bye for now.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give it.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Okay, everybody, we're back here with the Czech Games Edition and Eleni to talk about a couple of games and expansions that you work on. So people may be aware of Galaxy Trucker. If they're not, do you want to give us a brief rundown of what Galaxy Trucker is?
Yes. Hi, Jerry, first of all. So Galaxy Trucker is one of our most chaotic games. It was released in 2007. We have like a relaunched version a couple of years ago. Like it's a classic by now. And basically in the game, there's 2 phases. First, you want to build your spaceship out of sewer pipes. So you have these tiles that you have to connect to each other, like different engines and cannons and cargo and so on. And once you're done with the building of the ship, which is a real-time thing, like you're rushing to get the components you want, when you're done, you go to the second part of the game, which is the flight, which is you're trying to survive, basically, your spaceship with a lot of cargo on it and all of your crew on it, and like as much as of the tiles you can. To make it back like intact, let's say. But a lot of bad things happen because it's space. A lot of goofy moments in this game, like smugglers, like meteors. It's you cannot really plan around it much.
I mean, being a trucker is hard enough at the best of times, and you're not having to contest with aliens or meteorites. But here at the expo, you're showing off this, which is a second expansion to the game.
It's the second expansion of the game. It's called Do What? Because this is the reaction you'll get when you read what you have to do, actually. Because there's two things in the game, two modules. One is the missions, and the other one is the VIPs. So basically, it adds new things in the game because so far, if you play the base game a lot, you know where to place your cannons, you know where to place your engines and everything. So now you have to rewire your brain differently with different requirements. For example, you have the VIPs that are these here, short for very important passengers or very important paychecks because they give you big rewards, actually. And there's three types. For example, there's one of them, the adrenaline junkie streamer, that wants to be placed in the front of the ship to see all the action. So you have to keep that in mind when building your ship. Then you have like the prominent psychologist that needs to have a view on another cabin to analyze like the other astronauts and so on, to get rewards for them and so on. So there's different requirements and different rewards that they give you. So in each flight you can have up to one of the three different types of VIPs. And then we have the missions that include a lot of different things, including the VIPs. So in the missions there's 16 of them, and there's different setup rules, special mechanics, and special tiles as well. Like we have new tiles like radioactive cargo that around it you cannot place any batteries, for example, or astronauts, fragile cargo, heavy cargo, explosive cargo. So there's new things you have to think about. And so the missions combine different things in different ways. And there's the super cards as well that they make. Usually the flight cards can be a lot of different things, like you see planets, you see some meteors, you see aliens or whatever. But the super cards are focused on the harmful things. So for example, you'll have like the meteor shower. Usually in the meteors you roll a die and you see which row or column is hit in your ship. With the meteor shower, every single one of your rows and columns will be hit. So there's nothing to worry about. So it's more chaotic. You have to think differently about it. There's like 16 different missions over here. And for example, there's one called Hilarious Stories that rewards you for losing parts of your ship. So now it's a different type of mission. And even people like me, like I'm not really good at it, I can have a shot, mainly. I love this game because I love the real-time element, even though my hands are shaking when I'm taking tiles because it's too stressful, but I love it. But for people who would like to take it more slowly, we also include a turn-based mode in the game. So this is also included in the expansion. And these are based on a lot of the things we have on our app, the Galaxy Tracker app. So the missions are also in the app, and now they're in print form as well.
I really like expansions like this that don't just add additional missions, but change up how the core mechanics of the game plays. Because, like you say, when people really enjoy a game, they've been playing it for a while, they start to learn the intricacies of where the correct placement is, where they should be going. And a spanner in the works like this reinvigorates even earlier missions that they've played by changing up the mechanics within the game.
Exactly, and for me, because I play this game with CGE people and they have loads of games played already and I haven't, I have more chances to do better, I think, with this one, because even they don't know exactly what to do. It's new for them as well. So
Does it add much to the gameplay time to add in the additional expansion? Does it increase the time of the game, or is it sort of baked in that it's not really a new phase, it's just a few additional things?
No, it's just it's the same playing time. It's just you have to think differently about it. It might take a bit more, but still, like, some people would be faster in the building of the ship, so once they're done, you have to finish as well. So it's like a relative, a little bit.
There's a bit of rubber banding in there to pull people along at the same pace, which is nice.
Yeah.
So this looks like an early prototype copy. Is it coming soon, or?
Yes, this will be released around Gen Con.
Okay.
So yeah, this is a prototype, and this is a small fraction of the content. There will be a lot of content in it. And
are you running demos with this expansion at the UK GE this year?
Yes, we do. You can try it out. Yeah.
Okay. Well, interesting. If people want to give Galaxy Truckers a go and maybe see what the new expansion is going to be like, that should be a lot of fun to get involved with.
Yes.
You have another game that we're going to take a look at, and that is SETI. So, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
It will take me a moment to move this.
I'll just shuffle this out of the way. Now, do you want to tell us a bit about SETI? And I'll throw my microphone at you so you can chat as you move.
Oh, okay. I don't know if all the people know about the base game, so I brought it as well. So this was released last year, and it's basically our hero game of searching for extraterrestrial life. It's basically an engine building resource management game where you're launching probes in space, you're looking through your telescope and analyzing signals to find traces of extraterrestrial life. And we are very happy that the base game did really well, and we have a lot of requests for more content. I can use that.
Okay. Yeah.
We have a lot of requests for more content, and especially like more alien species, because in the game you are going to be discovering alien species at some point. You don't know what it will be, and they add new elements and mechanics into the game, and new ways to score points. So in this expansion, in the space agencies, which is also going to be an Essen release, this is just a prototype. Unfortunately, we're still working on the game a lot. It's a work in progress. But yeah, the main thing about it is the space agencies, which introduces a level of asymmetry. So basically, we have 11 space agencies in the game. Now you can see only a small fraction of them. And the space agencies add like variable powers. So the main thing is that you have some sort of passive ability, and maybe also a free action you can do during your turn. That is especially for you only. Then you have different starting resources, different income, and so on. So at the start of the game, you'll be choosing your agency. And also, because we're having the quick setup cards, the quick start cards, which add new starting resources, basically the game will be played in 4 rounds instead of 5. So we decided, because for the agencies to be more impactful, we needed to shorten the rounds of the game.
Okay, yeah.
But still, you're diving right into the action, so there's more things to do in the game, essentially, in the same length of the game. So it's more meaty, I think. And also, there's 3 new alien species. I have brought only one of them, which is the alien ship. So, for example, when this species is discovered, each player gets one of these 3 security cards. They're dealt to them, and when they breach the security code, they can sort of get this card in their hand, and this includes like a very powerful reward they can take advantage of. And then according to how many of these they have unlocked, they can go deeper and deeper into the ship. So you unlock new levels and bigger rewards where you can place your markers.
Yeah.
So this is one of the alien races we have in the game. Apart from that, we have some new small mechanics added, like the signal tokens. So the signal tokens boost essentially the scanning action. So you can discard them, and you can also scan, like mark another signal according to the cards in the offer.
Yep.
So it boosts that action. And we also have a lot more new cards, like 100 new cards added in the game. And one thing I didn't mention is that the quick setup cards, the quick start cards, can be used to boost the two-player games and the solo game. So now you have some neutral markers added into the board, so it accelerates the gameplay, essentially.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the factions, the space associations that you've added as well, adding that asymmetry. So is it the likes of maybe one agency has got a lot more technological know-how, so they're going to progress faster at some things, maybe a lesser technologically capable association might have more capability of launching more often, or things like that?
Yeah, exactly. So there is some theme around that as well, but some of them are better, for example, at moving probes in space. Some are better with publicity, so they can get techs easier or cheaper, let's say.
Yeah.
Some are more mix and match, so you have to decide which side you want to get for your free round effect. So there's many different ones. So because there's 11 of them, we think you'll find different ways to different sort of goals to pursue in the game. You can adjust your playing style as well. There's a lot of variability.
I know last year we took a look at SETI very briefly in the press event. It was only just due for release at that stage, so it's really had a year now since it came out.
Yeah.
How's the community reacted to it? Because there was an awful lot of fervour for it when it was coming out. I even seen Steve Jackson from Steve Jackson Games fame coming over and delving deeply into it. He seemed really keen on it.
Yeah, actually, we had really nice reactions to the game because people are very drawn to the theme, and because the designer is an astronomy enthusiast and knows a lot about these things, he has put a lot of like real life projects and technologies into the game, so you can actually learn a couple of things from the cards. There's like fluff, but it's interesting facts about it. And we think that was one of the reasons why people were really drawn to this game, apart from the mechanics and everything that is really well thought through. Like the designer and the development team was working on that for 7 years at least, so it's been a long time coming. And so we're very happy about the reaction of the people. It was one of our most popular game last year, one of the best games of 2024.
24,
yeah. So yeah, we're very happy with how it goes. So that's why we knew we had to make an expansion.
Yeah. Now you're saying this should be here with us this year then as well?
Yes, this is an SN release as well. This is, like I said, a very early prototype. Because we like to work on our games as much as we can. We print our games in the Czech Republic, so because it's easy for us to bring them to SN, we usually tend to develop the game until the last moment. So this is still work in progress, what you see here, and a very small fraction of what's going to be in the game, because there's a lot of new content.
I absolutely love just the diversity of the games that come from yourselves at Czech Games Edition. I know we're going to be speaking to somebody again over the weekend about some of the other bits and pieces that are coming.
Yes.
Is there anything else that people should be looking out for if they're here at the expo today?
Well, we demo a lot of our games. Make sure to play some of our older games as well if you haven't done that. I think UK Games Expo is, doesn't have a lot of releases here, but it's a great chance to see early prototypes and a first look on games. So if you want to see space agencies in more detail, you can come to our booth and everything. And we have more exciting things to talk about tomorrow, so I wouldn't want to spoil that for now.
Well, that makes people come back for more. Do you know where your booth is and the number?
It's in hall 3, I think it's 716, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
I think so.
I'm sure if people need to, they can always keep an eye out
Yes.
because I think there's a big banner hovering overhead, so should be able to be seen from quite some distance.
Yes.
I'm really intrigued as to what's going to be upcoming tomorrow. I'm almost certain that I will not be allowed to come out of my fish tank to talk to whoever it is tomorrow. I think that's going to be Ben.
Okay.
But it's been great having a look at SETI and Galaxy Truckers, two very different versions of space exploration, to one of the
That's
better
true.
words.
That's a common thing. Yeah. One is more chaotic and goofy, and the other one is more like thinky and more exploratory in a way, and engine building and Euro-y and everything. Yeah.
Definitely worth checking out for anybody who hasn't already, and check out the catalogue that the Czech Games Edition have, because it is substantial. Thanks very much for coming and visiting with me, and
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you
have
so
fun
much.
with the rest of the expo. We're going to throw back to Warren
you.
in the studio.
You too. Thank you so much.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Okay, we're back. I'm joined by Joe from All Play, and we're going to be talking about some of the games you've brought here to the UKG this year. So, great to have you with us.
Yeah, these is our first time as an exhibitor at UK Games Expo. We're really excited to be here. And we actually have some new releases that are here available for the very first time. They have never been available for sale anywhere, and so they are UK Games Expo releases. So we're really excited to be able to have some new products showcasing here at this show.
Yeah, it's always fantastic when people get the chance to have their first grab at something at a big show or big exhibit like this. What sort of games do you generally put out at All Play?
Yeah, so All Play likes to make what we consider accessible strategy games. So all of our games are, generally are going to be set up and taught in just a couple of minutes, and then have a play time of generally under an hour. Now, that doesn't mean that we make light games or games for kids. We just make strategy games that are very accessible, both accessible from a price point perspective, a rules learning perspective, and from a time perspective, how much time you have to play our games. And one of the things that we like to say is we make games that people actually play. So I back a lot of Kickstarters, I'm sure you do too, and I have no shortage of giant campaign games that I'll spend money on get in the mail, and they'll sit on my shelf sometimes for a year or more before I get them to the table, whereas a lot of our games can be taught and played in 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important thing that a lot of people forget about is they are games. They're not art pieces that should be sitting gathering dust on a shelf. They're meant to be taken out, loved and enjoyed as well. So what's the first game you want to talk about today with us then?
So Wordsy is a remastering of a game that came out about 2016 from Gil Hova, who used to run Formal Ferret Games. You might have heard of the game The Networks, which was really popular. Well, this was an amazing game from his catalog, and he reached out to us when he kind of shut Formal Ferret down to see if we'd be interested in republishing some of his old catalog. Wordsy was one of the games that we really liked from there. It's a spelling game, but we think it's one of the best spelling games in its class. The whole premise is there's going to be rows of letters that come out that are worth different points, and it's not about just being able to utilize those letters, it's about being able to actually use those letters to make the best words possible. So you can even see here on the back of the box, the letters that are available to you, you can take as much time as you need to form the word that's going to make the longest, most valuable word, and that's going to be kind of how you'd play. It's very forgiving too, because you get to eliminate your 2 lowest scores out of 7, and so you only take your best 5 to score at the end of the game. There's a little bit of a timing element and a little bit of a penalty element for like utilizing things the wrong way. But we think Wordsy is really, if you like spelling games, word games, it's really a best in class, and we're happy to kind of showcase it in a brand new, very beautiful packaging.
Well, I was going to ask, republishing an existing game for the first time, do you take a lot of direction from how it was initially released, or do you just go, this is the core mechanics, and here's what can we do to make it ours?
So every game that comes through AllPlay will go through a battery of development to see what it needs, even if it's been published before, as well as because we're very brand focused on our games. If you go to our stand, we're very specific on box size, price points, things like that. And so with AllPlay, we always are going to, even if it doesn't need much development, we're going to give it a touch and a run through. And then we're also going to give it the beautiful AllPlay treatment. We really are focused on kind of like packaging, artwork, all of the things that make a beautiful game easy to play.
Yeah, which I think is a very fitting way to bring a game back to the market as well, and make it something that people will enjoy having.
Yeah.
You have a couple of teeny tiny little boxes.
Yeah, so this is from our new line that came out last year called Tiny Box. So these are our tiny boxes, and they are, the really wonderful thing about them is they're selling here for the show for £9. They're 10 USD retail. They're extremely affordable, but we found some amazing games in this category. So this is number 5 and 6 from the Tiny Box line. I'll talk about Slambo first.
Sure.
So the way Slambo works is there's going to be a starting card that comes out, and you're going to have a hand of cards that are a mix of positive and negative cards. And you'll be playing cards from your hand to change the value in front of you. So it's 5 now, and so I might make it 9.
Okay.
And then you might make it 6, and then I might make it 2, and then I might make it 10, right?
Yep.
And now you might be left with only these cards in your hand, which means that you cannot play it without going over 10. So the whole goal of the game is to keep the number that's currently on the table between 0 and 10. And if you ever get off balance, you actually are slamboed and take a shame. And it plays a little bit where the first person that gets 3 shame is eliminated from the game. So the game works, I like to call it Gamers Uno, right? So it's very fast-paced. You're kind of playing the cards, trying to get the other people off balance, but it's really a timing game in which you're trying to like figure out when can you get your large cards played, because if you're sitting with the positive 8 in your hand, you really need that opportunity to get that to the table, because you can only play that if the value ever gets to 2 or below, which is a higher range. So it's really about trying to figure out how that plays. With higher player counts, you get some special powers, you can reverse the play order, you can duplicate the card below it, things like that. But this is a super fun, fast-paced, just kind of game that just really takes no setup and no time at all, but just is a lot of fun to just get to the table and play over and over again.
I love the artwork on these as well, the illustrations with the various sumo cries, I suppose.
So these are actual sumo moves.
Yeah.
The artist for all of our tiny box games is actually Sai Beppu, who's a famous Japanese artist. She does all of the artwork for our tiny boxes exclusively, and she's amazing. And both of these games actually feature Japanese culture. So this is for the Emperor. The best way I can describe this is love letter meets battle line. So you'll have 7 different battlefields out in front of you that you'll be fighting over, and each player will have a clan of 9 cards. And all 9 of these cards have special abilities on them that when you play them to a battlefield might affect the other cards there, put different tokens out, and things like that. The thing that makes it really interesting is as you start playing through the game, you're going to have different battlefields hit certain classifications, which is how many cards are played there. And there's this really fun element where you're trying to maneuver and outwit your opponents by playing cards and making very clever maneuvers to where they go. But there's this cascade that happens where as soon as one battlefield has 4 cards or 4 cards on it, it locks. And that might trigger a cascade because there's then any battlefields that have 3 immediately lock. And then if those lock up, the ones that have 2 immediately lock. And so there's this playing where you can find these moves where you play to the right battlefield and lock it, and it triggers this cascade of all the other battlefields locking up, eliminating your opponent from playing there. So it's a really clever 2-player game, but the fact that there's only 9 cards and you're playing with the exact identical hands, it's how you draw them, where you play them. It's really a game where you feel like you can really outwit your opponent. And it's one of the ones, it's actually the best-selling game we have here at UK Games Expo. We sold over 100 copies already in the first 3 hours of the show. So this one's moving very, very well, and we're really excited about this. People are playing it and just going like, wow, that's so fast, but so clever. I think it's a 15-minute 2-player game that just kind of gives it that head-to-head dueling nature, but also in such a tight little package for only £9.
Yeah, I mean, that in and of itself is fantastic, being able to get essentially a clan war in 15 minutes. And it also lends itself, the design as well, it really puts into perspective the idea of the maneuvering of armies on a battlefield in feudal Japan especially, where combat didn't necessarily need to take place because one army would watch the other one maneuvering until it got to the point where it realized they couldn't win a pitched battle and would just withdraw without ever spilling blood. And it has that sort of feel to it where you're maneuvering and trying to outmaneuver your opponent, and then you lock the battlefield down. It's like there's no point in fighting there. We've got to move on from that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So these 2 new tiny box games debuting here at UK Games Expo for the very first time anyone can get them. No one else in the world has these games yet, so if you buy them here, you're the first to it. So really exciting.
They're definitely worth checking out, both from the aesthetic point of view and just speed of play. I think it sounds absolutely terrific.
And then we have the one that we're most excited about. So we had a game that came out last year that really just took us by storm. It was called Things and Rings, and that one's selling incredibly well here too as well, but it's been out for over a year. So this is the next game in our Thinky Party line. So we have little lines of games, but this is like, we like party games that really make you think and make you like kind of have that cerebral element. And this really mixes, I think, the best there it goes. Codenames and games like So Clover. So I'll give you a quick rundown on kind of how this works really quickly. So you're going to have a number of suspects based on the player count that are out here, right? So you might end up with a board that looks a little bit like this, and each one of them will have a each one of them is going to have a card associated with it, right?
Okay.
So you might be playing a game where you have 3 players, so you'll have 6 suspects out there, and there will be another card out here, which I didn't put out here. Okay. There we go. So you'll have something out there like this, and then one player might get 2 of these cards. You're going to get 2 of these suspects, and they're going to be given to you in secret, and you're going to have to write a word that ties those 2 together. So if I got chips and password, I might make my clue computer. Microchips, password. Hopefully that makes sense to people looking at these, right? And then if I get pants and drop, maybe underwear is kind of like when you put pants and drop together, right? Maybe that's what you kind of get. And then snowman in Alaska, I could put freeze, right?
Sure.
And so nobody knows what clues the other ones has, and everybody reveals these at the same time. And you have this little deduction board, and you'll look at what you had. So I know I was freeze, so I know I have snowman in Alaska, right? So I've got 2 here and 4 here. There and there. And then I'll look and I'll say, okay, you had computer. Well, password, that's definitely computer. So I'll like mark that that's your word. And then underwear here, I'm like, well, pants, underwear, that feels like it goes together. And you'll put underwear there, and then you'll kind of come back and you'll be like, okay, what's the other one for computer? Oh, chips, microchips, maybe that's it. Because chips doesn't really go with underwear, or at least let's hope not.
Shouldn't.
Right? Beat doesn't really feel like it belongs in there, maybe. And then underwear, you're like, pants, what's left? I'm between 2 words, drop and beat. And you go, oh, pants, drop, underwear, that's fine. And then you'll end up with 1 card. Because the whole goal of this game is you deal out 2 cards to each player, and there's always one that isn't dealt.
Sure.
And we are cooperatively giving each other clues so that we can basically figure out what the 1 card that wasn't dealt to anyone is. So it's like if you were playing Codenames or So Clover, one of those party games, but you all had a different piece of the puzzle that you had to help the other one solve. So it's this amazing cooperative experience where you're really trying to figure out what word wasn't dealt out to any player, and the clues that you give each other trying to signal you in on that. So this is the one that we're really excited about. This is our next really exciting party game. But for the people that like those more deductive party games, the ones that aren't really about being silly or social, the ones that are about more like the reasoning, so like Codenames, Decrypto, things like that. Those are the types of games that we really love, and this is kind of what we consider one of the best games that we've found in that category, and we're really happy to bring it to market.
I mean, I know you're saying it's a very deductive and possibly not the fun, silly social game. I cannot see me playing this with my friends where it wouldn't end up being that, because I'm looking at that bottom row and all I'm thinking of is spanking, pants drop, but it could be beat, and that would throw your collaborators off, I suppose. So you're having to think about what you're doing so that you don't make it too broad, too easily accessible or inaccessible for somebody to work out where you were going as well.
Exactly.
And
so if you make something where it's like a really good inside joke between you and your mate that you're playing with, you two are going to be like, oh, we figured this out. But then the other ones, because it's cooperative, are going to be left in the dark. Be like, I don't understand why you put that word. I cannot work out what it is. But I thought that was really good. In fact, sometimes you have to pay attention to the words that aren't yours, because I had somebody write a clue when I was playing this, and they wrote bagpipes, and Scotland's sitting right there, but it was plaid and England is what their 2 words were, and they didn't even realize that Scotland was there. So they wrote bagpipes, and I was like, how on earth was I supposed to know Scotland didn't belong with bagpipes? So it has that element where it definitely, there's a scoring to it, right? There's a scoring element to it, but it's one of those party games where, like, when I play this, I don't really keep score. I'm just, let's play it again and again and another round and another round, and just kind of having fun with the puzzle and the deduction that's here.
Is there, because obviously a lot of people look at games with how quickly they can get the game played, but is there anything like round timers in this? Because I suppose you don't want people to spend too long trying to think of the perfect word, but at the same time you don't want the additional stress.
So we try not to put real time limits in our games. Really, I mean, if you're playing with somebody that's like taking a long time to hurry on, it's like, hey mate, everyone's done. Like, could you help out a little bit?
Sure.
But generally, we find you're only dealt 2 clues, and you have to write 1 word. So even for the people that are a little bit more analysis paralysis prone, they've really only got to write 1 single word here. Whereas in a game like So Clover, you're doing this 4 times. So I think that, like, from how a lot of the party games that have come out recently, I think there's a lot more that you just can get through, and it doesn't tend to take that long.
Which is perfect in and of itself. And I absolutely adore the very pulp comic book feel to all of the villains, I suppose.
So I have a list of artists that are like my dream artists to work with, and Albert Montez is a French comic book illustrator, and he's been on my list forever. So when I had this game, the original theme of it was just I call it party game theme, which is just bright colors and bubble letters. And it was published like only 200 copies in Japan. So it was a very limited run game that it was. And so when I got this, I kind of was thinking about the theme, and I wanted to have this like whodunit kind of a guesswork. And so that's kind of where this came from, is this like Gotham City rogues gallery of villains, and he was just so into it. So he did an amazing job just kind of making all these villain archetypes.
Yeah, they do look absolutely superb. So over at your stand for All Play then, do you have demo tables set out where people can play these as well?
We have over 20 demo tables in our booth. If you go by our booth, right at the front of Hall 2, it is massive amount of tables where we are demoing games. That's our big focus, is get people playing the games, and you'll see just a massive amount of tables just playing over and over and over again. So you can go demo almost our entire game collection there. We have 20 demo tables running, and you just walk up and somebody will teach you a game and you'll be able to get right to playing.
Well, that was the other thing I wanted to ask. Kat, obviously these are the new games that you brought to Expo and things that you're showing off, but you do have a substantial catalogue that people can take a look at and probably pick up
over
here
50
as well.
games, and the ones that from last year: Sail, Lore, Things and Rings, River Valley Glasswork, Through the Desert, A Message from the Stars. All of our popular titles, Kabuto Sumo, selling like crazy over there as well. So like it's been amazing here at UK Games Expo. People are really excited for us to be here. This is really our first time with a big exhibition, and so we're just here like we normally are at all the other shows, and we're just excited to make UK Games Expo a part of our annual cycle.
There you go. Well, hopefully this will whet people's appetite to go and check out All Play. Take a look at the games, take a look at the range of tiny boxes, because it looks like there is something for everyone. And if people fancy some fun social games and party games, they can't do badly to go along and find something that appeals to them, be it genre or play style itself.
Absolutely.
It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so
very
much.
All
Cheers.
right.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Good afternoon. Oh, that's dismal, that is. I've come all the way up here, all smiley. I say good afternoon. I go, good afternoon. Hey. It's funny how you can get people to do stuff when you're going to offer £1,000, isn't it? Suddenly I'm friendly. Now, I've been told I can't go past this line because of the microphone. How? Oh, look, I'm still all right, guys. Look at them sweat. Oh, no feedback yet. I like to walk amongst the people. Right, how are we doing? So we're just waiting on 1:30. Are we there? So it will close off, and then the raffle tickets will go in the quite smelly helmet that we've managed to find. Tess in the office went, I don't know what that smell is. I went, it's the helmet with the raffle tickets in. I think Richard has been wearing it on his stand for quite a while. So it has a particular funk to it. So, who's here for the first time? All right, well, welcome. It's nice to see you. Yeah, these people have been, who's been here 5 years times? 5? Oh, I love you. Multiple tickets. You lovely people. And who's been to every expo? Oh, look at him. Oh, no life at all. It's just gone. Well, we salute you. You and me both. Although I only got to go to half the first expo because my daughter was born on the Saturday. And my wife was phoning up and going, are you coming to the hospital? I went, well, I've got a demo. So, we're hopefully, how am I doing? How are my people doing? Nothing. The little contingent in the corner there are from Gen Con in the USA. That's Dave Opley. He runs Gen Con. Give him a wave. It's very American. It's not like this. They don't have a carpet with a logo on. We got 2. Because the last year one rotted in the warehouse and they couldn't put it down. As you see, I am stalling for my helmet. It's on its way. So, you know the rules. Okay, the rules are you must have done an Instagram board photo, yeah? And therefore, you must have done the hashtag social media tick face thing that I don't do. I have no social media at all. Why? Because it's too complicated and my life is not that interesting. James, you have the smelly helmet of death. Right, let's give these a mix up. So what will happen? We're going to pick a ticket. Somebody will respond. Don't run off. They may be an idiot. And they may come up and not have the Instagram photo. And then we will make them do the walk of shame. And we go, you must walk past the veteran expo attendee. And you will get no £1,000. But if they've got the Instagram photo and you've got the matching ticket, you get to take my credit card from the expo with the lovely Victoria. There she is. Wave, round of applause. And you get to spend £1,000. Not 1,001. Not 999. £1,000. You can go and buy half a Geek and Sun table or just a big pile of stuff. You are responsible for getting it home yourself. That's not my problem, but we do have a pack and post, as long as you don't live in Europe, because we Brexited, and that's just cocked everything up. So, are we ready? Get your Instagram photos ready, yeah? Don't leave me hanging here. Otherwise, I will start singing. When I fall in love, it will be forever. Let's have a root down in the bottom. Oh, I don't know what that is. I've got one. I've got one. Oh, it's blank. Oh, other side. So, here it is. It's blue. Bit of blue for the dads. Blue. 4, 5, 8. Whoa, the back. Come on. Don't run away. They may be a fool. So, if nothing else, you get to laugh at them. It's all good. Don't get £1,000. Come on, 4, 5, 8. Get your Instagram photo. Go to the verification man. My man James here. Look at him. Fine, strapping fella. He is available. His wife told me so. Where are they? Has somebody lied to us? Come on. He just legged it. He's gone. You didn't want a kid, did you? If you get 50% of them home, I think you've done all right. That's the way I see it. Never have more kids than you got arms, by the way. Little tip, yeah? Because you grab 2 of them, third one's legged it, you got nothing. Oh, hello. Raffle ticket, anyone? No, you can't have my raffle ticket. Where's what's she doing? There's hundreds of them. What is this? It's a family outing. 458, James, do your thing. £1,000. Yeah. So just 500 each, is it? No, never mind them. It is a winner. It is a winner with a chicken dinner. Well done. Now remember, if you didn't win today, there's always tomorrow. Yeah? And if you didn't win tomorrow, there's always Sunday. And if you don't do that, look how far forward on the carpet I am with this microphone. They lied to me. It's rubbish. Please have a great expo. Enjoy the day. Go see a live event. Play demos. Get your pins. Have a fantastic time, and we will see you tomorrow, okay? Thank you very much.
Well,
there you go. First £1,000 winner of the weekend.
Absolutely.
It's always easier to win it on the Friday, I feel, because you've got Saturday and Sunday to work out what you're buying. The poor people on Sunday, they win it at 1:30 and they've got about 2 hours to run around and desperately try and work out what £1,000 will get you and where you want to go.
It would be like supermarket sweep.
Oh, yeah. Trolley in front of you, put your arm on a shelf and just run forward, scooping it all in there. It's the best way.
I don't know, like, what do you do? You know, like on a Sunday, you don't have time. Do you play the old betting man thing and you just go to a Magic the Gathering store and say, I'll buy £1,000 of all your cards and just hope that there's more than £1,000 worth in it?
I just want nothing but boosters, unopened boosters as far as the eye can see. I mean, you could do. Top tip for anybody planning on entering those competitions, though, map out your purchases in advance. I mean, I know what I'm spending the 166 million on that I'm going to win tonight in the Euros. It doesn't pay to come at these things ill-prepared. What can I say?
Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody in the chat for keeping me company while I'm pressing buttons badly. I'm trying my best. I'm just, apologies.
It's either you pressing them badly or it's me pressing them badly. It's between the pair of the tech guys, one of us is going to mess it up.
So, I think we, by this stage of the day, now I have queued up some team videos and stuff like that from around the place. So we can actually start to give you a little bit of a tour of what is happening in and around the expo.
Indeed we have.
If we are queued up...
I think I am.
Let's just see what we can do.
Hello everybody, I'm here with Connor from Inside Up Games, and there's a couple of interesting looking board games in front of us. We're going to start off talking about Perch though, because I was aimed at this by my cameraman and told that this one is attracting a lot of attention. So do you want to tell us a bit about what Perch is?
So first of all, thank you cameraman, you're my new favorite person. You should be on this side. Perch is actually a game that was pitched to me a few years ago, and then while at Essen maybe 2 years ago, I was walking past a booth at in the Artist Alley, and we have wonderful art here by Ari Olivier, and Ari had never done board game art before, so I was really excited to work with them, and I think they knocked it out of the park. This board game cover has been attracting people from everywhere, even when it was just a prototype. Super excited. Anyways, that was a random ramble as I'm prone to do, but let me slow down because I'm in pitch mode. Sure. But Perch is winged warfare, so although it's cute, it's actually a very interactive worker placement and area control game. What makes it interesting is perfect timing. See, this cameraman's amazing. What's his name? I hate saying cameraman. Andy, you're amazing. So, you're absolutely right, Andy. At the start of every round, players are going to take 2 of their birds, placing it into the bag, and then 2 of their birds for themselves. What ends up happening is you'll draw 2 birds at random, meaning you always have some of your workers and some of someone else's workers. You'll then place them around the board. What's interesting is you'll be scoring points for whoever controls the various locations. What's more interesting is not all locations score for highest to lowest. They're going to change around the board. Some locations give you points, other will give you control of these adorable creatures. These creatures you will then use on future turns to interact with each other's birds. What makes the game interesting is that ties are not friendly. So I might place one of Andy's birds onto a tile somewhere else so that the two of you are competing for points. Meanwhile, I slide in somewhere else and steal some extra points. A lot of fun. When you remove birds from the board, they go into this shared fountain area. On the fountain, you'll score for the placement on it, going from the bottom up. So early game, you're sending opponents there. Late game, you might even send yourself to the fountain to score some of those extra points. Whole bunch of fun, very, very interactive, lots of tiles in the game, so you switch up your gameplay every time. And to help players, we have objective cards as well. Those objective cards are dealt out. Everyone's going to have 2, choose one to use throughout the game. And that's going to give them kind of a secret objective to try to accomplish. And yeah, that's Perch.
It's quite interesting with the setup you have here. Is this the standard amount of tiles that go out, or are there variations within it, as well as being able to change the tiles?
Great question. And again, from your pacing, I'm going to calm down a little bit and slow down my talking. So sorry. Looking at it quickly, I didn't have time to set this up because I was running back and forth. This is set up for a 5-player game. Very simply, as explained in the rules, you would remove a column for 4 and remove a column for 3. So you would have 2 and 3 player would be this, 4 player, 5 player. So it will grow for player count. And then it will also tell you which different types of tiles to use. There are creature tiles, special tiles, as well as basic tiles. So your gameplay is going to change every time. And their position within the board is going to change as well, and that also matters, especially for the animal movement. There are many animals, as you can see, and you will only use X number of animals per game, where X is usually roughly 1 less than the player count.
So all of a sudden having a squirrel instead of a fox and maybe a 3-player game changes the direction of travel around the tile placement and how they'll interrupt and interact with the other birds.
That's exactly right. And the objectives will as well. So I might have an objective one time that says, have a bird everywhere or have the most birds in one place. So that's changing things. The overall objectives of endgame scoring is the same. So players are playing within the same sandbox, but what they're trying to do within that sandbox is going to change every time.
That does sound like a really interestingly interactive game, as well as the tactile nature of the birds as well. We were talking about this, everything seems to be, people are moving away a little from meeples and going for something that's a bit more, I'm not going to say kid-friendly, but a bit more attractive and a nice way of drawing kids into board gaming. They don't realize they're playing a sort of slightly more complicated system as well.
Sorry to interrupt. That's a really good point, and that's actually one of the things that's so nice about this game is you can actually play with fairly young kids because they like that Lego stacking mechanic, right? So for them, it's as simple as, oh, I want those points, I'm placing this bird here. But you can also play with all your friends who want that high tactics game where they're trying to really, mess with their friends, if I could say that.
It's the best way. Perch is not alone, though. There are another few boxes over here, and what looks to be a slightly different set of games as well with Earth.
That's right, yeah. So Earth, hopefully people are aware of course, and then Abundance, which is fulfilling to backers. And most of the world is done, and the UK has been an issue for me these last few weeks, as my backers would know. But it is releasing at UK Games as well as the deluxe resources. So starting with Abundance, it adds a 6th player, but also these new Abundance boards. So the Abundance boards are going to basically power up the blue action. So anyone who knows Earth would know that the blue action's underutilized early game because there's nowhere to place those sprouts. This new Abundance board actually has a sprout storage area where all sprouts will be placed until you have space for them. So now you can take that blue action at any time. The next thing it adds is a seed resource. With the Abundance expansion, everyone starts with seeds. You can also earn them by changing in leaves or converting some of your sprout cubes. Those leaves can be used in many different ways. They're going to give you soil, growth pieces, sprouts, whatever you kind of want. But more importantly, it adds a germination action. So one of the complaints people had from Earth was that massive deck and the luck of the draw when you're trying to get those hard to earn objectives like a card with a color in the name or a geography tag in it. What you can do with the germinate action is you return 1 seed to the pile and then you call the scoring objective that you're looking for. So as I said before, a card with a color in its name. You would then just pick up the entire stack of cards, looking at the bottom one, and rifle through them one at a time until you found the card that had the requirement you asked for. And that would go immediately into your hand. The funny thing is it actually speeds up gameplay, not slowing it down. So a game that's already fast plays even faster. The other thing beside that, we have the deluxe resources, which we put on the Kickstarter at the same time as Abundance. And these are basically deluxified recycled plastic, which replaces most of the components in the game. So we have these adorable little sprouts with the leaf victory points on them. We have new growth. We have the stackable slots, the bases, all the different canopy tops, as you can see here, as well as the new seed resources and the soil coins as well.
I mean, this is a very different style of game to Perch, but obviously it's one that's been garnering a lot of attention. It has the abilities to expand far beyond that now as well with the likes of Abundance, which means that if people are already into Earth, they've got the potential then to come and pick up some of the bits and pieces if they're here at their expo. If they're not, can they still get the stuff from you online? Or
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll be able to get them online or from their friendly local game store.
And where should they look for you online, and where should they look for you at the expo?
Certainly. So in the expo, we are in Hall 4. Our booth number is 302. We do have a Hanging Earth banner, so hopefully that'll attract some eyes. And then online, you can find us everywhere at Inside Up Games.
There you go. Hopefully that's brought a bit of calming nature to you. We're going to move on and see what else there is here at the expo. Bye-bye.
Well, I've managed to get one of the directors in. Hello, Mr. Director.
Hiya, Warren. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you feeling now? £1,000 lighter?
Yeah, £1,000 lighter. It's but it looks like a lovely family who's won that. First time at the expo, and there's nothing like that to see people coming for the first time and stitching up all the attendees.
Oh, lovely. Those kids are going to have a blast.
Oh, yeah, I think they're already
imagine?
500 each. I think they've worked it out.
Yeah, I think
Mum and
so,
Dad are
yeah.
like, what about us?
Yeah, I think Mum and Dad are thinking, oh, are we going to have to add to it? I brought you in here because I wanted to quiz you about something.
Okay.
A little bird tells me that for next year,
yeah,
there has been something in the works for quite some time that might be of, I don't know, might be interesting. Go on, tell me. What
are you referring to Project X?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I heard that this project, right, is going to be something just off the walls. Like, I mean,
It is. What we're aiming for is next level.
Yeah.
Next level gaming stupidity. Yeah.
Okay.
So expensive to do.
Yeah.
That we expect to lose about £100 a player we put through it. But it is our 20th anniversary.
Yes.
And if you've done 20 shows, I think there is a law that says you must pee quite a lot of money up a particular wall.
Yes.
So we have been working on this project possibly for about 2 years. And in the last 12 months, we have gone into production with it.
Yep.
I have a number of meetings at the show with key partners who are going to lend specialist skills to this event.
Yeah.
And let's just say it's going to be 60 minutes of your gaming experience, should you get to play it, that you will never forget.
It's so cryptic. It is so cryptic.
So it's not a board game.
Right, so it's not a board game. No.
Do you want to do 10 questions?
Yeah.
Go on then.
How many people can be involved at once?
So it'll be 4 to 6 players at one time.
Okay. Does it involve role playing?
Yes.
Do we players all sit at a table?
No. No table to sit at.
Will that smelly helmet be in there?
No. But there will be some props from the London prop studio just outside North London that dress things like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings.
Ding, ding, ding. I think I'll leave the rest of the questions to the people in the chat at home. And fire up your questions to us, and we'll put them to Tony. We'll see if we can get some yes or no answers to them. But yeah, look, I think I know what this is. I have a suspicion. So this is 2026. This is going to be the big thing.
This will consume quite a bit of my time for the next 12 months, and multiple creatives and that's already happening. And we will have to bring in, we think, probably 25 staff for those 6 players.
Okay. And
no, we are not going to make any money off it.
Clearly no.
No.
But in terms then of how have you worked out how many people can go through it?
Okay, so over the weekend we are estimating fairly accurately only 200 people will get to play.
How many people come to Expo in a year?
More.
Yeah,
it's
more than 200, isn't it? Like.
Yes. So as of 1 o'clock yesterday, we had as many tickets sold as the attendance last year. So we would expect somewhere between 40 to 50,000 uniques, of which 200 people will get to play our 20th anniversary Project X experience. Don't ask me how we're selling the tickets yet, because we clearly can't do a first come, first serve.
Yeah.
And I think you'll want to play this with your mates.
Yes.
Yeah? So we will work something out. I don't know where they enter a lottery. I'm sure the listeners will be able to come up with an algorithm and a set of rules that I would happily nick. And go, yeah, we'll do it like that.
So if you're an expert at this kind of thing about how to whittle 50,000 people down to 200, post in the chat.
And we don't know, but we suspect this may be just a one-off.
You reckon?
Because it's so horrendously hemorrhaging of finance and time. But it's our 20th anniversary, and we want to give people who come to UK Games Expo that 200 something they can't do at home.
Yes.
And this you definitely can't do at home.
Well, there you have it, folks. You heard it here first. So we will keep badgering and pestering the UK Games Expo folk until we can actually get a full-on description, a full-on announcement of what we've got going on. But
will there be pliers and blowtorches?
Chainsaws, man.
Yes, okay. Would that be this weekend or so by Saturday evening?
Yeah, we might give you a pass this weekend, but it'll be soon, Tony. Soon.
Sooner than you think. So thanks very much, Warren. And look, anybody listening, if you're not at the expo, then look, get on a train, get in a car, come and see us. You'll have a great weekend. Yeah, and if you're already at the expo, thanks for coming. I hope it's blowing your mind, because that's what we want you to do. Go demo stuff, go play stuff, go talk to people, and we're really enjoying you all being at the expo.
Fantastic. Right, folks, we'll be back after this short break.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Hi there, folks. We are here with Dave and Matt from Free League. Would you want to introduce yourselves and tell us what you do for the company?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm Matthew, this is Dave. We are the Effect podcast. In our first instance, we're just big fans of Coriolis, one of the first games that came to our attention. And we started off what was called the Coriolis Effect. And as Free League kept making more games, we got more into them.
You kept buying them, yeah.
Became Effect. And then, in fact, the first time we ever worked for Free League was here at UK Games Expo.
In 2019.
Yeah, yeah.
And what did we do, Dave? Because you were very excited.
Well, that was Alien. That was when Alien was about to come out.
Of course.
And we helped them run demos here and wrote the scenarios, which then led to us both not only running their conventions here in the UK ever since, but also freelancing.
Yeah.
So I've worked on every Alien book, a few other bits. Matt's worked on a few bits as well.
Yeah.
So we've been very closely involved with Free League. Just like to apologise that Free League themselves couldn't be here this year. So
you're holding the torch. You're holding the torch for them. So yes.
So, yeah.
And we mentioned Coriolis. Obviously, this is one of the first things we're going to be talking about. So why are we talking about Coriolis and this wonderful new The Great Dark?
So this is a great game. It's not a new edition. It's a sequel, but it's a whole new game.
I see. Okay, right.
And we're huge fans of the Third Horizon, so I'm never going to lose the Third Horizon in my heart. But this is really good for jumping on board without any of the baggage of Third Horizon.
Yeah.
So a very different world, a very different horizon. Basically, some explorers have gone off discovered something that would take hundreds of years to get back to the original Third Horizon. And it's a very different game, I think. And it's an easier game, I think, to get your head around. It's got a brand new version of the Year Zero engine.
Yes, yeah.
So no longer do you have stats and skills. You've got more than 6 stats, more stats, that is to say you've got 6 of them, and you've got talents.
Okay.
And so it feels a bit different to play, but it's great fun.
And it still has all the sort of like theme and feel that you'd expect from Coriolis as well. So
yes, it's a very different feel.
Okay.
It's a lot darker.
Yeah.
It's a lot more desperate.
Okay.
But I think it's an easier one to get around. I mean, even when Coriolis came out, one of the criticisms people had of Coriolis, even though we were doing our best to explain it, is there's so much lore,
right?
And most of it is in Swedish. So how can I get into this world?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to worry about any of that here.
Okay.
There are lovely Easter eggs if you are an experienced Third Horizon hand. There are things there where they tell you something, and you're going, oh no, it's not. It's not what you all think it is. And that's nice for us to know.
Yeah.
And it'll hopefully come out in other adventures.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fresh. You don't need to come with all the knowledge of a game that was published in a different language 20 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess you guys have obviously been running some campaigns and stuff of this already. I imagine it's already hit your tabletop, or?
Well, yeah, I think I've played a game. We haven't done any streaming of it yet, but it will come up a big thing.
It will come up.
We do talk about it quite a lot on the podcast.
Yes.
It's got to be said, even though we've got the book here, you can't buy the book at the Free League stand. You can come and have a look at it. But these are very early versions.
So what you're saying is this is a very special copy that I should put on.
Our Kickstarter backers haven't got it yet.
Yeah,
They're going to be getting it very shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, the Kickstarter is fulfilling, or it's in the process of fulfilling as we speak, which is why we can't sell it here until the Kickstarter backers have their copies.
Yeah.
But if you're interested, or if you're waiting for your copy to come along to the stand and have a look.
Brilliant.
You feel free to thumb through the book.
Yeah, it's one of the things I always like about everything that Free League does. Is that the art and layout in these books is just gorgeous. I mean, I'm going to try and attempt to kind of like show you a little bit of inside of this. But just look at the art and the design that you guys do, because I mean, there's so much passion poured into essentially all the role-playing games, and it must be quite nice for them to kind of come and revisit something and kind of give it a new spin in a way. So,
and what I like particularly about this one, I'm a big fan of science fiction games.
Yeah.
But I'm so not a fan of science fiction games printed on black pages.
Right. Yes.
That really makes me cross. And particularly
Alien. I mean,
yes.
We're talking about
I'm going to solve that in a moment too.
Though, yeah.
But so this does away with that. It's going to be great for people who read on PDF and want to print stuff out.
Yeah.
It's a lovely, lovely graphic design. Feels very mystical, but it's got all of the illustrative finesse of the previous version as well.
Brilliant. And then we could have had a little mention there of Alien. Some big things happening in the Alien-verse for Free League at the moment when it comes to, a new edition, a new version of it essentially. So
so the Alien Evolved edition kickstarted a little while back. Yeah, it's now in obviously in fulfillment. It's bringing a few. It's not really changing anything. So the core rules stay the same. It's adding a couple of tweaks to sort of iron out some issues around the panic mechanic, the stress mechanic in the game, to make it a little bit more appropriate for situations where you're not about to be eaten by a xenomorph. Going catatonic over, I don't know, falling down some stairs or dropping your coffee doesn't really make a lot of
dead
sense.
spaceman floating past a window.
So there's a few tweaks there. The game is also looking to, expand into the realm of minis.
Okay, yes.
So the Kickstarter included a range of minis that you can get, which are going to be produced. I think learned from the experience of the original Alien, when a lot of the players went, "Oh, where can I get Alien minis?"
Yeah.
And there are lots of games out there that come with Alien minis and companies that produce them. But I think Free League felt, now's our opportunity to produce our own.
Yeah.
That's intended to help with the for those players who like to use minis at the table and like to have big maps. So the game will come with battle maps of key locations and scenarios, so you can actually place your minis properly on the map and play them in that way if that's the way you like to play your games. So that's a couple of really important elements of the new Alien Evolved. But the game itself isn't changing the core rules. Right. Everything you've got from first edition is compatible with second.
So if you've got things like Chariot of the Gods and all that kind of thing, it can all sort of carry over between
Yeah,
them.
exactly.
absolutely. It's slightly finessing the rules.
Okay.
But there's no reason why you can't play with the old rules. And vice versa. You can play new adventures with the old rules.
Yeah.
You can play old adventures with the new rules.
Yeah, so it's just a tightening up, a revamping and a cleaning of everything.
Very much so, which is why it's described as an evolved edition
Yes,
rather than
makes
a
sense.
fresh edition.
Yeah.
The other thing that comes with it is a new cinematic scenario called Rapture Protocol by Jonathan Hicks of Pressure and what's the other one he did?
Those Dark Places.
Those Dark Places fame.
Love Those Dark Places.
They're really good games, and it was great to get Jonathan working on that, even though I wanted to do it. But never mind. I can't do everything.
Respect
can't do everything.
Between the two of you,
And he's done a fabulous scenario, him and Thomas together. And so that comes also with the as part of the Kickstarter.
That's actually probably worth mentioning because there's two sort of different modes of play essentially with Alien, because you have that sort of cinematic mode. Can you sort of talk us through that and then how that changes to the
Well, that's a really good point. Yeah. So, original Alien, as does Alien Evolve, offers two modes of play. Cinematic, where you are basically playing through a movie.
You're all going to die.
You're all going to die. Or campaign play, where your characters will undertake a longer journey, as with any role-playing game, and there'll be multiple scenarios in that campaign.
Only some of you die.
Well, you're not going to die yet.
You'll die on the way back.
In first edition, you had the Colonial Marines Operations Manual and Building Better Worlds, which were expansions that came with a very large campaign in both of them. In Evolved, we are putting a bit more work into creating a campaign environment in that game. So in the core book, to give players a bit more to go on if they want to run straight into an Alien campaign. So there's a campaign setting of the Tartarus sector, which I was lucky enough to get the opportunity to write, which is great fun. Hopefully there might be some more coming in the future, but that's in the core book. That was a stretch goal that was met, which is great. And that immediately offers an opportunity to a GM to say, here's a landscape, I can run a campaign into that landscape, and here's some advice about how you might do that.
It was quite interesting. I mean, I assume you guys have seen Romulus and sort of obviously, you know, things like that have been really interesting for getting people back down to the tabletop to play the Alien RPG and tell slightly different stories with, you know, different characters and ideas. Obviously, you still have that sort of like the overbearing nature of the, you know, the corporations and all that kind of thing, and the scientists behind the scenes, but you can always play around with different characters and their kind of family dynamics and things like that in campaign play and stuff.
And what Dave has done is create a life path character generation system.
Brilliant.
So you know, very much in the first edition, you were playing archetypes. The sort of characters.
You know, the Ripley, etc.
Whereas here, now you're playing all sorts of people, diverse.
Yeah, you can let the dice decide what your character is.
I do love a life pass.
And at the end of that,
I play Cyberpunk, so yes.
And we love them as well. At the end of that, you get to do your psych evaluation to see whether you know how much the company should be watching.
Whether or not Wayland let you go.
or if you get a really good result on that and you're really well balanced, why are you being so cooperative and friendly? Maybe you're worth watching anyway. So, I mean, we love that kind of approach to games, and I think it really gives a fleshed out backstory to new characters.
And so you were saying that went through Kickstarter recently, and then it's going to be on its way to people later in the year, start of next year?
I think we're looking at December at the earliest.
Oh, cool. I
don't know. I don't know what the date will be,
but it's all in the works, and people can dive into that later this year.
That's what Thomas told us before coming.
Was it? Okay. Go with
that. Talking of Kickstarter, one of the ones that you're coming to Kickstarter very soon with, is 2 new books for Dragonbane, which is your amazing fantasy RPG, which again is
lots of fantasy RPGs. But
yes, this is like a stunning. This is one of my favourites anyway, which is why I bring it up. But
so this again, Forbidden Lands, so we feel a bit.
I see.
We feel a bit sorry for Forbidden
Lands.
You love your hex crawls.
You love your hex crawls. So again, this is sort of like born out of a game that's sort of been over in Europe for a very long time. Draco Octemona?
Draco Octemona.
Domona, there you go. I
Dragons
never get it
and
right.
Demons in Swedish.
Yeah.
So my wife is Swedish, so I'm kind of obliged to try and pronounce it reasonably
So this
well.
means you know how to actually say Mörkburg or whatever it is.
Mörkboya.
Yeah. We'll leave that, but yes. Tell us a little bit about what the new books are.
Yeah, you're right. When Free League got the rights to make Draco Octemona, they realised they were holding all of Sweden's role-playing heritage
pretty much,
in their hands. And they wanted to be really careful about inheriting that legacy. So, first of all, we went back to something like the second edition. We went back, and evolved over the years, and we stripped that back. But they also brought some of the modern play sensibilities that we at Free League have introduced to the game, like pushing your roll and stuff like that. So that was good. But then they wanted to show a commitment to developing it. And so, sadly for us who are fans of Forbidden Lands, there have been quite a lot of supplements coming out for Draco. But this is great because everybody loves it, actually. It's been a huge hit. And I've got to give a shout out to, we were talking before this interview started, about the core set. A box set.
It is a stunning core set.
It's the set that I wanted when I bought D&D when I was 11. And finally it's here. It's got minis and stuff. It's brilliant.
It's cool. You have to come over to the stand and check it out.
And we've got 2 new supplements coming out with art by Johan Egerkrantz, who is the artist of all the other ones.
Jerry in the booth is probably like, Johan, oh my God, I love him.
So I thought after that first one he might say I've done enough role-playing game stuff now, but luckily he's staying on with us.
He has never done enough.
And so we got a book of magic and a new setting.
Yes.
The city of Arkand.
Arkand, yeah.
So it's coastal. It's got. It's going to be. You can
full
imagine.
Of thieves.
Yeah.
Full
the
of thieves.
City of flames and waves, or fire and waves, I think, isn't it? Is the subtitle?
Absolutely. It's got a great duck on the front cover.
It does. This is one of the things with Dragonbane is the ducks that you guys have in there. Like, there's so many cool things that you guys have done that sort of take it out of the kind of the sort of vein of kind of classic fantasy by putting like a little bit of a twist on it. So yes, you need to check it out.
It's interesting that we run a lot of demos of Dragonbane over the last couple of years, and whenever we do, there's a selection of pre-generated characters, one of which is a duck. That is always chosen first.
The
by the
Mallard
players
song, that's what it's called.
And it's really interesting because, of course, actually that harks back to a classic game. You met Draco Octemona was a license of RuneQuest's Magic World,
which makes sense. Yes.
And Magic World, of course, was a spin-off of RuneQuest. And RuneQuest has got ducks in it. But you talk to lots of RuneQuest players, and they go, "No, the only thing I don't like is ducks." Whereas in Draco Octemona, and
the one thing we do love,
the one thing is we all love, they're the ducks. So that's great, and so they'll be built on in this new adventure as well, and new magic. In a fantasy game, you can't have enough new magic.
The front cover looks decidedly evil for the Book of Magic, so maybe some people are going to be going down the anti-hero route potentially with that. So
you never know.
You never know.
Although a necromancer is only as evil as who they kill with their undead, I guess.
Well, it's a matter. I like to think of necromancer as sort of post-palliative care.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's a health service.
It's recycling.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
But so that Kickstarter should be starting. I think it's the 3rd of June, so it's next week.
Okay.
Well, I did revise that before the interview started, but I've now forgotten what it says.
It's definitely next week. Well, I think it's the 3rd of June, so
this
coming
month,
soon.
So yes.
Likely next Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it on OnTableTop, and we'll have a look at it ourselves as well. But yes, so stepping away from Dragonbane, you guys also have some really interesting things coming up with a little bit of a Wild West twist and all sorts of different things. So
this is still Free League related.
Yes.
Because I want to say that Free League, many years ago, some genius had the idea that they should license their Year Zero engine. I can't recall who that person was, but it was me. And they did.
You'd like to think so anyway. I'm sure they had the idea anyway.
And this is where I can take my my Free League coat off.
There you go, you can reveal
And it means that third parties can use the system and make their own games. And we used to be the Effect Podcast, but now we're Effect Publishing.
Oh, that's a really nice evolution
as of last year. And we kickstarted our first game, Tales of the Old West, thanks to Free League and the Open Game license, which we've used in order for this game. It uses the Year Zero engine dice pool system.
Yeah.
And Free League have also been very, very helpful in giving us advice and offering us sort of guidance over the years to try and make it as good as possible.
Yeah.
But that's all been possible because of the Open Game license.
Right.
And that's a great thing that anyone can use to create their own game based on the Year Zero engine. The license is quite simple, it's just one page of A4. So if you're interested, then go ahead and look at it and do the same.
And I've got to
we
say,
have.
while this isn't for sale, this is for sale. The stand, Hall 3, 601. Come and see
check
me.
it out. Come and check it
But
out.
also, the Free League stand is Hall 3, 1038.
Yes.
For anyone who wants to come along and say hello. We've got the hanging banner up so you can see us from miles away.
Absolutely fantastic. For those people who've not heard of Tales of the Old West, I assume it's about Tales of the Old West, but sort of like, what was the inspiration for bringing this to life then?
So our inspiration is Deadwood, I think.
That's a pretty good way of doing it.
That's a big thing. Lonesome Dove, the novel. It's not Deadlands.
Okay, yes.
It's
not
the
wild.
anti-Deadlands.
Yeah.
There are no vampires. There are no zombies.
So it's like realistic Wild West.
Yeah.
Kind of thing going on.
It's intended to be historically authentic.
Okay,
which is
yes.
probably the best word we could use because
It's not the best word we could use. We've had an argument about
well,
that.
okay. It's verisimilitudinous.
Whoa, well done.
It's gritty. It's hard hitting. It's the dangers of the world are other people and the evil that lurks in their heart and the land. There's no monsters. There's no vampires.
Yeah. That could be some of the best role playing, I think, especially for people who have watched things like Deadwood and stuff.
Exactly. And I've been saying a lot that, of course, people think that Westerns are about gunfights.
Yeah.
But most of each Western is about trying to avoid that gunfight.
Trying to avoid having to get into one.
And that
because your
is
gun can't hit a barn door anyway. So it's like
We've been playing it for 6 years as we've developed the game, and very much it's about trying to put the gunfight off.
Right.
So
Love it.
But if you die, and you can die very easily, then character creation is really quick. Life path again. I wrote this one, but it's just as good as the Alien one, probably.
It's not quite as good as the Alien one. Seeing I wrote that. But yeah, the aim of the game is to create a generational feel.
Okay.
We mark time through the turn of the seasons, and going through that phase, we'll see what happens to our characters and their businesses and their towns during that time. And you can then mark time 3 months, 3 months on. So you actually get a more general sense of time actually passing and the family growing and things developing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a labour of love of ours. We'd always wanted to do a Wild West game that wasn't weird.
Right.
And had sort of tinkered with ideas many years ago. But then finally we got around to it and created the company last year.
Really cool. What else has been sort of doing well on the Free League stand as well then currently?
So right now, selling extremely well on the Free League stand is the latest supplement for the One Ring, Realms of the Three Rings.
Great.
Which is a brilliant elf book, is what I call it.
Yeah.
I play an elf in the campaign that we have.
So you have to love it.
And it's great for me. I love it. But it also explores those lands. Lots of adventure sites. You know the way we like to operate in Free League is we don't give you very step-by-step fixed path adventures. We kind of give you a situation that your players or your player characters can discover, can explore, and make their own decisions about what to do with it. So there's a lot of great adventure.
Which is very Tolkien-esque in its own way, anyway. So
actually, is really Tolkien-esque. We do it for all our games, but it works really well for there. The other ones, so we're in a publishing partnership with Two Little Mice, with their game Outgunned.
Yes,
and that's been doing really well on the Free League stand.
Yeah, I've seen the pulpy adventure expansion supplement coming up, popping up, and all that kind of thing. So that's
there are
been
a couple
really fun.
of adventures now that are available. with that as well.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, guys. Where can people find you? What's your stand number? Do you remember it?
Go on, you remember the stand number?
So Free League stand is Hall 3 1038.
Brilliant. So if people want to come over, chat to you guys about these games and more, they can come and do that over with you guys on that stand. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to throw back to the studio. We'll be back very, very soon.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Hello there, folks. We are here at the UK Games Expo. I'm here with Alex from Legend Story Studios. We've got something special to dive into here. So, can you tell us a little bit about yourself first, and then we'll dive into a little bit about Flesh and Blood, which is amazing.
Sounds good. Yeah. So my name's Alex Watkins.
Yes.
I'm our conventions program manager for Legend Story Studios. So I look after our presence at great shows like the UK Games Expo and various other events around the world, bringing the game of Flesh and Blood to as many new players as possible.
And Flesh and Blood is an insanely awesome card game that has done an exceptional job of weathering the storm that so many other card games fall under. You guys have a pretty insane story of how it's all come together and the path you've been on. Can you sort of take us through that from the beginning almost?
Let's do a little bit of history of the company. So the game took around 7 years to develop. So it was in development for a long time before it came out. And it was created by a studio, Legend Story Studios, in Auckland, New Zealand. And the creator is James White, former Magic the Gathering professional player. So he knows his things about card games. So the game actually did end up launching October 2019, which we all know what happened not long after that.
Exactly,
So the game launched, and the philosophy of the game, and this is what makes it such an interesting thing, particularly for me to work on the game, is it's all about bringing people to play together in Flesh and Blood over the common language of playing good games. So we want to play in person. We don't have digital games. It's not an online client. It is, we want to bring people together. Last weekend we were in Taipei, bringing people together to play games at really cool locations. With that said, obviously the world did what it did. The game continued to grow, focusing on that community and getting people together to play. The game grew all the way through all the challenges the world had and came out the other end stronger than ever. And then since then we've been growing and building, and we're 15, 16 sets in now. Just launching High Seas here at pre-release weekend at UK Games Expo.
Which is always cool to see.
Which is always fun. There was a lot of buzz around it this morning. I've been running around a fair bit already today.
I can imagine.
That's kind of the history of how we got to where we are today. The game itself, it's a fantasy-themed, hero-centric card game. So it's a bit unique to other card games in that you actually start at your strongest.
Yeah.
So a lot of other games, you can just kind of ramp up to building up your win condition or whatever it is you're trying to do. Whereas in Flesh and Blood, you literally come to the arena with all your armor on.
Like
you've
a
got your
badass
weapon,
hero.
You're ready to go, and you're
Yeah,
going to fight, right? And your armor breaks and your weapon breaks, and you lose, out a little bit as you're going through it. But the actual kind of concept is almost on its head compared to other games.
Yeah.
And a key part of the mechanic is we wanted to reward good strategy and good decision making, not good luck.
Yeah.
So the variance within the game is, for a card game, pretty low.
Okay.
And the mechanics are designed to support that, so that if you play the game well and you know the game, the cards that are available to you and your opponent, you're at an advantage. You're rewarding that skill.
Yeah, it's been really one of the interesting things I've seen whenever I've looked at people doing videos about deck construction and hero constructions and what cards you choose. There's so many little avenues and sort of ways that you can build stuff and take things tactically, which I think make it one of these games that people keep coming back to because there's that depth just baked in from the very beginning of what you're doing.
Definitely, you get to build around your hero, and if you're into sort of RPGs and things where you get to play a character, there is a hero in
nails
the
that theme.
right? You can find whether if you like the kind of the warrior style of I think we have plenty of warriors you can play, and you can build your play style around warriors. So that's how the deck construction is. Right? You have your class, your hero, like a warrior, brute, assassin, ninja.
Yeah.
And that's the card pool you then have available to build. And what's actually really exciting about the set we're dropping now is we're introducing a new class.
Okay.
One of the most asked for classes since I've been involved in the game.
Okay.
And that's a necromancer. So that's Gravy Bones here. So we've got our first necromancer.
Gotta love a necromancer.
And because we can do that with the game, it creates really lovely jumping on points for new players.
Yeah.
Because while there are lots of products out there, so 15, 16 sets now, and you've got to go back maybe a fair way to find cards that you want, do singles market, whatever you want. If you want to play a necromancer, guess what? They're all here.
Yeah.
This is where the necromancer cards are, right? So it's a perfect time to jump into the game and be like, that's cool, and I don't have to. everything I need is right here.
Yeah. One of the things you mentioned, obviously, is that you really like the idea of people being together and playing in person. I mean, we were at Salute a couple of months ago, and you guys were running a huge pro tour there.
Small event there,
yeah. How has it been being able to do that as a company and with the game? Because, as I say, a lot of card games out there find themselves, doing small events with stores and that kind of thing, which obviously you guys do, but having the ability to fill convention center rooms must be insane.
That starts at the store level. We have a really dedicated fan base in our stores. We support them.
Yeah.
And our system is fairly simple. The more the store does to support our game and the community, the more they get from us.
Yeah.
We give them free decks to use, free prize support. We want them actively growing the community.
Yeah.
And we've seen this growth in the UK. And you talk about Pro Tour London, which was our event next to Salute.
Yeah.
And we do 2 Pro Tours a year and a World Championships. They vary on the continent. So it was Europe's chance. We moved it to London. And it was the biggest Pro Tour we've ever run.
Yeah.
And we've seen this growth in the UK thanks to players learning at conventions and picking it up and really finding a hero they can attach to and enjoy the game. And so we not only have our biggest Pro Tour, but the side events were our biggest events as well. We had the biggest gathering of Flesh and Blood players in one place.
One of the nice things that we realized when we were walking past it and sort of seeing what you guys were doing is that you are obviously having the tournaments and things, but people like Justin, who's behind the camera over there, could simply just walk in and just start learning to play the game.
Yeah.
So even though you've got this idea of a competitive environment, it's still a really welcoming thing for people to dive into, and a game and a world and everything.
100%. And what you'll find at these events is, particularly Pro Tour London, is I was looking after Learn to Play. That's kind of my role. And we had players stopping by to hang out and also be involved in teaching people who are coming up. Because they all want to bring everyone who's passionate about something wants to share it. And we have really passionate fans, and they really love to share the game. You only have to go over to our tournament space over there,
and you'll see them doing that.
You'll see them like that. And even the booth itself. We've got people hanging around who are players around the booth.
So
I kind of keep going. Can I help you? No, I'm just hanging. I'm like, oh, cool. Join in.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Obviously, you're saying new character, new hero for people to dive into with Gravy Bones and that kind of thing. What is it like diving into the kind of development space for Flesh and Blood? Because it must be really fascinating, kind of for the team getting their head around how do we make this feel unique and all that kind of stuff. So
I wish I could answer. It's something I have no knowledge about, and to me, it's some magical mystery.
Is it some kind of magic that they put together?
What I would say that I mentioned at the beginning, James was a magic professional. We have gamers who are making this game. Right? We have tournament organizers designing our tournament software. We have people who are passionate about this and this game and making it right. making these decisions during it. And they blow my mind every time something new comes out, because I look at it and I'm like, what magic goes on behind the scenes there? Whatever they're doing it amazingly. And I kind of joke that as such a public-facing member of the staff, when I'm at these shows, I don't want to know, because I don't want to accidentally tell anybody what goes on behind the scenes, because they're doing a great job.
You don't want to look behind the magic curtain, as they say. But so it must be fascinating for you then, just to see new stuff popping up and getting like the joy of opening the packs and everything.
Oh, 100%. My plan is to try and join in one of the events this weekend. Today was just a little bit rushed getting a few. You've done live shows. There's always a few little I's and T's to cross and dot. And tomorrow or Sunday, I'm going to sit down, jump into the community, crack some packs, and get to experience the new High Seas set. And
I assume that everything is, full steam ahead for Flesh and Blood in the future. You've got loads of plans lined up for years to come, I guess. So.
Absolutely. The popularity of the game's never been bigger. The demand's really high. It's fantastic time to jump into the game for that. But we're running multiple tournaments all around the world. Every month there are multiple tournaments. And we're talking cash prize, all the way from in-store fun events all the way up to our cash prize circuit, where there's $1.5 million up for grabs throughout the year. And building up to our World Championship in Philadelphia in November. So there's something for everybody in this game. And we're bringing along a new product coming on, launching at Gen Con, which is very much a 4-player multiplayer game. Well, Ultimate Pit Fight, which is our kind of multiplayer thing, but with some really cool new rules and interactions and new heroes to kind of be like, hey, if you're a casual player, we've got you. We want you to play and enjoy the game as well. So
do this down the club with your friends, have some fun. I'm going to say, do you have like a favourite hero that you enjoy playing? Because I'm sure you do.
I do, and I'm a little bit concerned right now. So my favourite hero is Azalea. It was Zen Living Legend now. So we have a balancing system, our version. We don't have rotation. We have, when heroes do particularly well at large scale events, they earn living legend points. And once they accumulate enough, they ascend into a legend status, and they're no longer playable in.
So interestingly, it has kind of like a fun kind of ecosystem within the narrative, almost at the same time.
There's a narrative.
So as you're playing as your legendary heroes and getting them better and better and better, they are slowly becoming mythical figures within the game.
Exactly, And so Zen was my favourite, and he's now a living legend. And so I was like,
is that because you just won too many times?
He reminded me of some of the other games I worked on and characters. The art around it, I just kind of really like the art, most of the art actually. And then we do these armory decks, the Grave Bones armory decks, pre-done. So I was like, I'll grab one of those. And I picked up Azalea, a ranger. So bow and arrow, firing out, different mechanics, and I was like, I'm really enjoying Azalea. And this set has rangers in. It's got some really good cards, and I'm thinking cool. Azalea's not far off becoming a living legend. She might get pushed over the edge with this. I don't know. I'm not an expert at this, but I'm thinking I seem to be picking all the ones that are correct.
I see. Yeah. So, as obviously you've mentioned a little bit that you guys are taking over the tournament area. You've got loads of space for people to come over and play the game and all that kind of thing. Where can they find you? You've got obviously the tournament bit, but then you've got a booth in the halls as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in Hall 3A, booth 514. You can't miss us. We're all lit up. It's a High Seas pirate graphics. You see the pirates? That's us.
There you go.
But yeah, we're sponsors this year of the tournament hall.
Yes.
So we kind of doubled down on the importance of this show. I think UK Games Expo is a really good central point for our gaming community in the UK to gather and have fun.
Yeah.
And so it was important for me to encourage our community, like, hey, look, this is our annual hangout.
Yeah.
And so if you walk into Hall 4, which is the tournament hall, you'll see all our branding as you go in. We're kind of we're making a statement to say we're here for the long term, not a short time, and we plan on hanging around.
Wicked. So yes, if you're interested in getting your hands into a new card game, maybe come and check out Flesh and Blood. Some absolutely fantastic stuff that you guys have been doing. I really love that you kind of catered to both the casual side of things and also the competitive side, and you're also looking after stores and big events and all that kind of thing as well. So obviously make sure to come and check these folks out and have some fun. Thanks again, Alex, for talking to us about that. I'm going to throw back to the studio in just 1 second, and we'll talk to you guys in a second. Bye for now.
Hello. I've been left unattended. That was a rookie mistake by people, wasn't it? I'm going to attempt to play a video, though. A great set of chaps I met last night at the press event, Renegade Studios. So if I'm very clever, and let's face it, I'm not often very clever, I should be able to do this and do this. KG?
Yeah, that's right. It's the first time inside the table.
I'm going to ask you, first off the bat, what have you brought with you?
So this is Beyond the Veil.
It's a tabletop role-playing game, and it's set in the modern world. So it's about a twist on the modern world where there are paranormal things going on. So that could mean you're investigating aliens, or maybe ghosts, maybe cryptids. But the view on it is it's really narrative-led. So if you're playing a character who, in a certain situation, let's say I found this piece of rope and I want to swing across this room, they could well do that if it makes sense for them as a person, and the rules will definitely support you in trying that. But if you try that, let's say you roll up a character, you could play as my gran if you wanted to. Grandma definitely couldn't do that, and in that case, the rules are definitely going to fine you, as it were. But the idea is you can do anything you want.
So, first off, I see there's a full set of polyhedral dice there.
Yes.
What's the base mechanics of the system?
I'm glad you asked that. So we have 6 core attributes, like many games, and the idea is you assign one of each of those to each of those attributes. And so inherently, each player therefore is balanced, because you only get to assign each one each time. But it means that you can always have a go. The mechanics allow you to always try something, because the dice explode upwards. Okay. So if I'm rolling my D4 stat, let's say I'm quite weedy, but I need to break open this door. If I roll a 4 on the D4, I get to roll a D6. If I roll a D6, it will keep on going up. Right. Now, the math on going all the way through the D20 is really against you. Yeah. But still, the chance is always there.
I like the fact that it both explodes and flips to the next dice up as well.
Yeah.
Because often when you see exploding dice, you're capped at the die that you're rolling. So, in that D4 instance, 25% chance of getting a 4, and then you roll a D4 again, you get a 1, you're going, well, I'm not really any better off. At least with a D6 or a D6 going to a D8, it advances you in that regard as well, so it gives you a better sort of bounce on it.
Before you go on though, there is a kicker. If you let's say I'm weedy and I decide, I'm going to break open this door. There's a risk to me for doing that. So I'll roll my D4, and if I roll a 1, then I've got to roll that same dice again. If I roll another 1, then something mechanically bad has happened. And it will always, we advise the overseer, which is the name for the Dungeons Master, Games Master, we advise them to kind of allow someone to fail forward, and it's like an interesting fail rather than, now you can never open the door and the game is over. But what we're trying to do is, there's always opportunity with each roll, and there's always jeopardy with each roll.
Yeah, the door is open, but your shoulder is no longer in the socket.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Okay. Yeah.
What about characters then? It's a modern game. Does that mean people are going to be playing relatively normal people, doctors, nurses, that sort of thing, or are there a bit more esoteric characters?
I'm smiling because you've clearly done this before, because you're asking the best questions.
That I love RPGs. So
there we go. It's not your first rodeo. So yeah, the idea is that you're playing very normal people. Now, it's a classless system, it's a levelless system as well. And so if you wanted to, and if fun for you meant, and we're going to roll up a party of monster hunters, and you can say, well, I'm ex-special ops and I'm a paramedic, and you could do that, and you could have like relatively kind of superhero style in there. But most of the people come and play the game and say, well, I'm a retired librarian that has 5 children, and we've got a beekeeper who's one of our pre-generated characters, and the idea is that literally the characters come into the game not realizing that these paranormal things are going on, and then it starts to become apparent, and the game is trying to challenge you to always have to collaborate. So you're not a bunch of superheroes that could all somewhat deal with a situation on their own. The opportunities to min-max are actually not really there in this game. And I'm not saying that's a bad way to play a game, but it's just not what we're supporting here. And so we're really trying to foster that sense of collaboration, because just like any human, I say that recently I tried to build my own kitchen, and it didn't go very well, because what I really needed was a plumber and a carpenter. And the game is trying to do that anecdote and say, right, I need your character and their strengths to cover for my weaknesses, and if we work together both narratively and mechanically, we can succeed there. Whereas if we try and divide, we will probably fail.
I absolutely love the idea of this. 20 odd years ago, my own little group, we sat down to play one evening, and the GM decided, okay, I'm doing a one-shot. What stats do you think Jerry has? And they went, okay, he's quite fit. At that stage I was. Relatively intelligent. Maybe he's a cheeky git, so he's not particularly charismatic. But we started up everybody around the table, and then he went, okay, you're all here in front of me, we're playing this game. And then it went into a zombie horror, and it was what did we do as ourselves in that moment running through Belfast. And this sounds exactly like that sort of weirdness happening ordinary people, which is just fantastic.
That's a great observation. Let me tell you something about the game, which I like. So it pepper pots between two states. One is what we call the investigation phase, which is quite considered, quite slow. Each round kind of it makes about 10 minutes, let's say. And so let's say you go into a house you think is haunted, and you spend you can spend as much time as you want, being as procedural as you like or not, and you can discuss as much as you want out of character. So, well, I'm going to go over here to set up this tripod of lights, and whatever, or I'm going to go over here with my EMF, whatever it is. So quite calm, try to work out strategically how to do what we need to do. But then when an entity actually comes in your presence, we flip to the escalation phase. And the idea with that is 10 seconds. And so if you want to communicate out of character, you can do that, but you can only do as much as you can do in 10 seconds. And the idea is we're trying to have that play experience where, oh my God, the stuff is hitting the fan, and we can't talk about it calmly. We might need to run away, or we might need to throw things at a poltergeist or what have you, but we've got to do it quickly. And the mechanic is trying to kind of build in that sense of panic because, we now no longer have perfect communication out of character. Yeah. And so the thing about you running through the streets of Belfast going, we're trying to bring that in there, yeah.
Absolutely love this. Is it available at the expo itself then, or is this something that's going to be coming later down the line?
So we released what we call the prologue this week. So it's available on our website for free as a PDF download, and we have physical copies here to sell. We sold the first one earlier on today, and so we call it the prologue because it's not the full game, but it's also more than a quick start. It's about 80 pages long, so it's got some meat to it. It's all you need to start playing the game. So it's fully featured, but like the full game will be 250 pages. It'll have a whole lot more lore in there, the bestiary and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. If people want to find you here at the expo, where are you?
Great question. We are in Hall 2 at 951.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And if people aren't here at the expo but maybe want to grab the prologue, where should they go looking for that?
So we are at renegadestudios.com. I was pointing down there, but you probably can't see it. But yeah, so renegadestudios.com.
We will pop it below because it is a renegade with a W.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Ren. Yes, very, very apt, very appropriate, very spooky, the spookiest of birds. Right, we're going to push on and see what else there is to see, but keep your eye out for this and possibly check out that prologue at home.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me cry.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Hello, everybody. I'm no longer unattended. I have been
Yes, he
joined.
needed not adult supervision.
Well, I mean, any supervision is some supervision. It's relatively good, I suppose.
Oh, it has been a hell of a show so far. I have been absolutely loving it this year.
Yes, what have you seen? What have you bought? What's going on? Is it van braces?
Well, no, that trader I have not found in a couple of years. Sadness, I'm going to say. I'm very disappointed. I need to try harder, you know. But what I have picked up, so I've started by picking up an old classic. I have finally picked up Mantic's The Walking Dead All Out War. It is one that I have wanted to own personally for ages upon ages upon ages. Yes, I'm a slacker. I'm late to the party, but...
You had a boot camp for it.
I know. But hang on. Someone who's possibly sitting beside me, whose name may rhyme with Barry, got in on that before I did.
Yeah.
So I was sleeping on that one. The other things I've picked up, there was a lovely little scented candle I picked up for my missus, but it has a set of metal dice in it. So once you have finished with the scented candle, you can get all the wax off the metal dice, and then you have a lovely little like black graphite set of poly dice for your role playing. I also picked up from Tabletop Dominion a revolver D20 set or poly dice set. So the barrel spins, it swings out, and each die is bullet shaped, and it is a lovely little. It'll help with my attention span because fidgeting is a good thing.
Fancy smancy.
Yes.
So far, I've only got 2 things. One will not surprise anybody. I did get the campaign cards for the multi-award winning Minstow.
Of course you did.
As is my want in life.
Of course, as is your mission.
Yeah. And the other thing is we just had a look at me talking to Dan, I believe from Renegade.
Ah, yes.
So I did visit them very early this morning and immediately went, sell me a copy of that book because I don't do PDFs.
No, you need that tactile, physical holding.
Also, I need anything that isn't on a screen that I have to swipe. It's not.
Or
it's
the
not gonna
well,
work.
here's the thing: book has infinite battery.
That is very true. I don't wear the ink out by reading them, so it's always a winner. Now, we do have another little video that we're going to throw out at you, and when we finish with that, we'll be coming back to the main stage, because the delightful Ben will be with somebody from Osprey, I believe.
Ooh.
So we'll do this one first, and let's see what we have to offer.
Hello folks, we're here with the indomitable Sam Steele. And we're going to be talking about all the things that you guys have been doing, because things have been going off the chain for you recently. What have you been working on? What's in the past? What's in the now? What's in the future for you?
Oh wow, that's deep. Yeah, I mean,
can we get through it all in 5 minutes? Who knows?
I'm thinking of going on holiday. No, okay. So
no, we want to know this.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of going on holiday. No, the first year, last time. So when you saw us last year, all this looked very, very different in that half of it wasn't here.
Yeah.
We'd had Cryptborn. It was the first time it ever been brought to the public to be
I think
demoed.
it was early previews, a little bit of art and stuff.
Early, super early. So helpful, like getting folks to play it. We found that pretty much the majority of people who demoed it died in the game, and we realized, oh gosh, this is meant to be the first level. This doesn't work. So really helpful. We've spent the year balancing, testing more, getting art done, style of it. So this is our first early stage prototype, which integrates, gives you an idea of what the level will look like, but equally how the narrative of the game will be delivered to players as you play, as more of like a seamless experience. So we're running demos of that all weekend, which is super exciting. And then for the TTRPG products, so we have Mysteries and Myths. When Misfit Hobbies, we started by doing small zines of rumors, and we've compiled all of those zines and some more into these books, just to try and help GMs get more resources. But the big thing that we have at the minute on Kickstarter is Adventurer's Guide to Alchemy. So this was being worked on.
You say big, enormous, right? Yes.
There's enormous.
Don't want to brag, but
I mean, yeah. Well, Ben, you used the word gangbusters, so we'll take it. But I mean, this was being worked.
Put it on the book.
Yeah. But actually, can I use that for a quote? Gangbusters on tabletop. But we were working on this behind closed doors last year. It just wasn't ready. And it's taken a number of forms. It's in essence a drinks book for tabletop role-playing games in a medieval fantasy setting. I'll flick through for you. So inside there are 10 cocktails and 10 mocktails, 20 cocktails. And it's a 2-book project, but we appreciate some people just like to drink. So you can get the drinks book on its own. But there's the drinks book and an adventure book, which goes along with it. So for me, I love whenever I make RPG Night immersive, and you've got the playlist going in the background, which is usually Skyrim and Oblivion.
Nice moody lighting.
Maybe a candle, which has pine because we're walking through a forest.
Of course, yes.
But it's just immersion. But I could never find food or drink. You've got Skyrim cookbooks and World of Warcraft cookbooks, but it didn't feel like it was part of the world we were in. And so with this, it's that if your players are looking through the drinks book and they see something that they think that looks tasty, you go to the adventure book, find the one shot, the encounter, or the enemy that's based in the drink, and your players then discover the drink as part of the role play. It's not something that is outside of the game. It's
immersive.
It's in the game.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. So that's what we launched on Kickstarter. Had no idea what was going to happen, and it's I think we've almost 400 backers. We finished on Sunday.
Wow.
So
still got time to get in.
Still got time. And Cryptborn, we are trying to get this onto crowdfunding this year, at the end of the year, so that we can be selling it to you at UK Games Expo next year. Because every time we bring it out, including when we told people we were coming with it this year, they were like, "And I can buy this?" And I'm like,
I can swim in the arse, and
yeah. I'm like, I'd love for you to buy it, but it's not ready. Very, very far on. We've got. We want to be in a place where the game is more or less done, aside from art. When we launch, we are over 60% of the way there, and there's going to be 60 levels in the game at launch, and hopefully finished and ready to go. So all we need to do is wait for the art. That's the position we always like to be in, is that the only people we're waiting for are artists, which is a nice thing.
So what's in the future beyond Crypt? What's in your mind palace that you're thinking about right now? So,
I mean, do I give?
I'm plumbing the depths and asking for sneaky teasers.
You're going for the big scoops. Listen, there's tons. I'm trying to figure like what can I tell you that I won't get in trouble with my wife for. So we have Consiglio. I can tell you this. So Consiglio is being retailed for the first time at UK Games Expo.
Okay.
After UK Games Expo, if it's all gone, it will not be at retail again.
Oh wow! Okay. Yeah.
This was ready, and this is going to be part of a 3-game project that's launching as part of Micro May next year.
Okay.
But it was ready, and I just wanted people to play it. So
come and buy it, yeah.
Come and buy it if you want to. I don't know, but it's basically. Are we allowed to say naughty words?
I'll beep it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes me just want to say a ton of really bad words, so you have to beep it. But so if you played a game called Cheat or BS, you don't need to bleep that one. There we go.
Beep. There we go. I'm the guy in It crowd, just like...
There'll be like the blackboard over my mouth. It's basic. Consiglio is in essence, at its core, that game with special abilities. Oh, right. So you're playing as a guild in Renaissance Venice. Okay. You're all trying to be the best guild you can. The aim of the game is, you play a card, the next player has to match or beat it. Okay. If you match it, you trigger the special ability. Right. It's basically how can we screw over each other as much as possible in a game.
Sounds amazing.
It is amazing. Yeah. I have not won a game of it yet, even though it's mine.
And people can come and get it here at the show.
You can come and get it. You can come and play it.
Brilliant.
Totally fine.
Amazing. And what stand are you on?
3A474.
Boom. Come and see Sam. Come and see Misfit Hobbies.
You can get mocktails.
Come and get a mocktail. Can I have a mocktail after this?
Of course you can.
Yeah. Can Tom have a mocktail after this?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Tom. Oh, well. Check out Misfit Hobbies and all they're doing. Cryptborn looks amazing. I can't wait to see where that goes. Obviously, all the things you're doing in the role-playing space is brilliant as well.
Thank you.
Go and check out Misfit Hobbies online, on social media, on YouTube. Still doing YouTube stuff as well? Or?
We do, but since I had a child, who would have thought it?
In all your time, so yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
just
who would have thought it, man?
They think they can get away with it.
Oh well. But yes, come and check them out online as well, and obviously here at the show. Watch the rest of the live blog, watch the live stream, and we'll talk to you guys very, very soon. Bye for now. Hello there, folks. We're joined once again with one of the wonderful guests on the stage. Welcome to George from Osprey Games. And we're going to be diving into some of the things that you guys are demoing, but also what you're selling here at the store, at the show, I suppose. You do have a store, but at the show, I guess, yes. We're going to be starting things off with Line of Fire, Burnt Moon. Can you tell us a little bit about this one?
So thank you for having me on. So Line of Fire, Burnt Moon, it's a 2-player lane battling deck builder. It takes if you're familiar with the Undaunted series,
yes,
our kind of premier wargame series, it takes the core deck building component of that and sort of basically transposes it onto the idea of lane battling.
Oh,
so
interesting.
if you played Radlands, if you played Air, Land and Sea or Compile, then you're going to be very familiar with that kind of lane format. The lanes represent 5 different sites on the moon of Io.
Okay.
Which is a very hostile place for people.
Yes.
It's often on fire. The gravity's very high. You don't want to be standing on the surface.
It's not somewhere that you want to be going on holiday, basically. Then. So, no.
Instead, you are going to be sending down ROVs, which are these little robotic units that you can control remotely from the safety of a space station in a nice chair.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
And so it's a few years. If you're familiar with Undaunted Callisto, our most recent Undaunted title,
yes.
That conflict has spilled out across the solar system.
Right.
And people are taking advantage. In this case, a group of hackers called Posywids are like, the moon of Io produces lots of resources. I think we can hack that, steal it for ourselves. And so one player will take on the role of the hackers. The other player will take on the role of the corporations, the LFA, who made an appearance in Callisto.
It's really nice that we're seeing this kind of like ecosystem of games all around what Dave Thompson and Trevor Benjamin are doing. So it's really fun to see them sort of branching out and playing around with different game mechanics, but within the same kind of universe and world, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, no, it's a lovely way to kind of evolve that story and kind of build out a universe, and and to see what happens as that conflict escalates, basically.
And the artwork for it is gorgeous. I mean, you can see some of it on the front cover there as well, and a little bit of the back as well. But yes.
Every card has a unique piece of art, and it's because it's not an Undaunted series title. We've gone for Leonard Ponte's done the art, and he's done this awesome, I would kind of describe it as like it's this orange blues, purples. I kind of think of the fruit, the sweet, the fruit salad.
Oh right, yeah.
That
okay,
kind of color palette.
Sure, yeah.
Filled, and then on robots, on cyberpunk characters, you've got people on kind of cyber decks controlling the robots on the
That's
surface.
Cool. Yeah.
And so, I think where this departs from Undaunted is, besides the lane battling, is that there are no dice and there are no unit tokens.
Right.
The cards are doing all the hard work here. So your ROV cards, like you would play them like you would on Undaunted, but you're also going to be deploying them to the surface, and they will act as units. So you've got to kind of balance how many units you have on the surface, but making sure you've got enough cards in your deck that you can actually control those units.
I see. Okay, cool. Yeah.
And then if you're as the battle heats up and you start attacking, all of that information is on the table in front of you. So when you take the attack action, you know whether it's going to hit. There's no rifleman rolling a dice to try and hopefully do a lucky ping across the map. It's all in front of you, which makes the composition of your deck, the robots, the fleet of robots that you build into that deck is more important than ever, because if you can't pull the right actions, you're not going to be able to take control of this.
Lovely little bit of tactical two-player awesomeness.
Very
awesome.
So plays in about 30 minutes.
Yeah. And people can come in to get demos of this and
absolutely
play with it.
Demoing it all weekend, and it's on sale.
Excellent stuff. Moving on from Line of Fire, Burnt Moon. What are we going into next then? What's the next one?
So this is the other game that we're demoing.
Yes.
And so Line of Fire is both of these are on sale at the show.
Okay.
Line of Fire releases properly in 2 weeks, and then Offrender, which we're also demoing, releases at the start of July.
Okay. Yeah.
This is a card placement tableau building game. And you are exploring the tradition of the Offrender, which is an altar that people would build as part of the festival of the Dia de los Muertos.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the idea is it's an altar that would commemorate and celebrate departed members of your family.
Yeah.
So in the game, you are building out your Offrender by placing portraits of your family members to build out a tableau of cards. And if you can place the cards in the right way, then you'll please the members of your family, and they'll deign to visit your Offrender, and their portraits will light up.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get inside this box. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh god, it's got new box squeeze. Oh god, no! Justin, help us! Help us, Justin! You have hands. Come over here and help us open the box.
How many board gamers does it take to open a box? Hang on.
I just want to look at all the lovely components. There we go. That was easy. There was cut and then edit that in. Right, there we go. Right, yes. So yes.
This isn't live, right?
No, it's not live. Not at all. Right, yeah. So yes, obviously we'll have a look at some of the components and things like that.
It's a very simple core system. Basically, every turn you're gaining a new portrait.
So these are the boards that you're going to be using.
And so this is the Offrender, and each turn you'll add a portrait to one of the 12 slots.
Okay.
So there's only 12 turns in the game.
Yes.
So it plays easily under an hour.
Yeah.
And as you add each card, every family member that you place has demands. They want to be surrounded by different offerings. There are 5 types of offering that are kind of traditional things that you might see on an Offrender. You have papel picado, which is the kind of tissue paper bunting, salt, water, to aid them in their journey, fruit, and calavera, which are the kind of traditional sugar skulls.
Yeah.
So as you kind of fill out your Offrender with their portraits and the different offerings that you can see here.
Which you can see here, yes. I'm making a mess of this, but there we go. So,
hopefully they'll all start on their unlit side. So this is the person you're hoping will visit.
Right, yes.
And this gentleman likes salt.
Okay.
If you can surround him with 2 or more cards that offer salt,
yes.
he will deign to visit your Offrender and will light
Love
up.
it.
And at the end of the game, he'll score you even more points.
Very cool. Yeah.
But the puzzle of it is that you cannot please everyone.
Okay. Yes.
Probably familiar for lots of people with families is that trying to keep everyone happy is a very challenging task.
As someone planning a wedding, yes, I know that, yes.
And as you get more and more cards onto your Offrender, you're going to have to make decisions about which conditions you fulfill, as placing a card might satisfy one condition, but essentially turn off another one.
Which is where we're seeing these kind of stuff here on these sort of placements.
Yes, so these are, as you get familiar with the game, you can add in optional objectives.
Oh, okay, cool.
That add to the puzzle element.
Brilliant. Very cool.
But yeah, no, it's a really simple core system, but has this kind of devilish puzzle that basically it's almost impossible to completely light up every card in the Offrender.
Oh, right. Okay.
And so as it gets, and people have likened it to if you like the puzzles in Azul or Sagrada, then
I saw
it's that kind of puzzly thinking
kind of
that you're going to enjoy
vibe.
here. Yeah.
I think it's really good. And the artwork's beautiful once again.
It is. So
it's one of the things that I always talk about when it comes to Osprey games is that there's just consistently amazing artwork popping up in everything you guys do.
Yeah, so. it's a wonderful cast of characters that you can add your portraits of. It's by Alex Herrerius as the artist. who has very kindly created a promo for the show. So if you buy a copy at the show, you will get a promo card that is that commemorates. Sadly, his cat passed away.
Aww.
His cat Cerulia, but he has commemorated her in the in this portrait.
Oh, brilliant!
And
that's really cool.
She will feature on His a Friend of this year.
Excellent. So yes, you've got to commemorate the pets at the same time as everyone else.
Because that's the thing. I mean, the game is all about celebration and commemoration. It's you know, it's about honouring family members who've gone before, but with a sense of joy.
I also want to point out, like, I love rootling through board game boxes and finding all the cool components you guys do. I mean, don't eat the silica gel. Never do that. But I just look like lovely little baggies. Oh my god! And little tiny. Oh my god! These
are marigolds, which are another traditional decoration. So there's those store those in there, and then we also have candle pieces that are another way to score points. If you're
and
clever.
The most perfect box control I've seen for a very long time, which is always helpful. So yes, brilliant stuff. So and people can come and demo this game and check it out.
We're running demos of both Line of Fire and Defender all weekend. We've got sign-up sheets available, and both are on sale.
Excellent stuff.
So you can get early copies.
Where are we going next?
We have previews of 2 of our games coming out later in the year.
Okay.
David Thompson and Trevor Benjamin do not stop working.
No, they don't.
The designers of Undaunted, the designers of Line of Fire, and they're also the designers of the General Orders series, which this is the second game.
Yeah.
So we released General Orders World War II last year. Now we are winding back the clock from World War II, going back several hundred years to the Sengoku Jidai period in Japan, which is roughly the 15th and 16th centuries, to explore the conflict of that time.
Okay.
And this is a worker placement war game. So it takes that traditional Eurogame mechanic, and that's how you control your troops on the map. As you take the role of the daimyo, you're looking down at your map of the terrain, and you are marshalling troops with the aim of eliminating your opponent's HQ.
Okay. Yes.
You're going to strike that. You're going to outmaneuver them, strike a decisive blow. And you're going to win.
I would imagine, because obviously we're going back in time and changing up the period and all that kind of thing, there's a few sort of interesting mechanics in there that kind of change it up from the classic game General Orders.
Yeah, absolutely.
And stuff,
so it's a completely standalone entry to the series, and you can jump in with either one. The board is double-sided, and so you get 2 scenarios to have a go at. In the original, that was an island assault map and the Alps. Here, we are exploring the idea of siege warfare. And so on one map, we have fortifications, which are strong points that you can occupy for increased defensive bonuses. And they'll be valuable at the end of the game. If neither player eliminates their HQ, then it comes down to who can control the most key points. However, if you've got forts, people are going to want to knock them down. And so we also introduce siege engines, which essentially function like mobile artillery, which if you can get them into the right spot, you can just blast your opponent out of the thing. As combat in this is very attrition-based. You eliminate your troops at a rate of 1-to-1. So softening up the opponent before you send your samurai into charge is a good idea. We also explore the idea of river and coastal warfare that introduces boats.
Which is where we're seeing on this one. So
you can see this is the rivers map. And boats are both a way of supporting your troops on land. You can bombard the shore, but also they allow for much more dynamic movement as your troops can hop along chains of boats, allowing for kind of more ways to outflank your opponent. As in General Orders, the idea of logistics is very important. As an army that isn't supplied can't fight. And so if you ever have an army that cannot trace a chain of your control spaces back to your HQ, it's out of supply. No one's giving them food, they refuse to fight, and that army is basically cut off. So your opponent might have a huge army bearing down on your HQ, but if their supply line is only maintained by one guy in the back, if you can take out that guy, then you essentially render their front force useless.
I love it.
Yeah, lots of sort of tactical elements, and again, this is a 2-player game. Plays plays under 30 minutes, and it really kind of condenses the strategic sense of a larger war game down into something that you can easily play 2 games in an hour of.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we've looked at over the last little while, most of us being miniature war gamers as part of OnTableTop and things like that. Having things like General Orders and obviously this popping up as well has been really interesting. Just seems like the idea of condensing down all of our experiences that we were having with war games into the idea of like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that, which is always fun to see. Do you reckon they're going to be going elsewhere to different time periods? Can you tease or think of it?
I can't say anything that just yet, but I know that they've really enjoyed working on the series, so...
So we might see it, possibly?
It's very possible.
See, I've made it a reality now by making you talk about it on the show, you see.
So, I can confirm or deny nothing.
Oh, Oh, okay. So there we go. We've got General Orders Sengoku Jidai, sorry, and people can come in and test that and have a look at it and stuff. Yeah,
so we are. We're just previewing the components at the moment.
Sorry,
that will be out in September.
Brilliant.
If anyone's attending Gen Con, we'll have demos available there.
Excellent.
And then
brilliant.
We also have later in the year. So this is out in October.
Ooh.
This is IR, Children of the Sun, and this is the third in our sort of it's a loose series of Eurogames by Fabio Lopiano and Mandela Fernandez Grandon. And Fabio did Merv, and then together they did Sancore
yes, of course,
recently. And these explore a sort of different historical place and civilization. And so for IR, we are going to have a look at the foundation myths that underpin the Inca Empire.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So it's a kind of midweight Eurogame. This of the trilogy. This is probably the lightest weight. I mean, there's still somewhere in that mid to heavy spectrum.
Yeah.
But if you've played Merv, you've played Sancore, then this is going to be the.
It's an easy step for you to dive into this as well. So
so probably playing 90 minutes, 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah.
And the idea is that you are one of the first clans making the journey through the Andes Mountains in the footsteps of the IR.
Okay.
The mythical figures who are the children of the Incan gods.
Yeah.
Who made a journey through the Andes with the aim of establishing the first city of the Inca civilization, Cuzco. And between you will influence the journey of 4 IR through the Andes Mountains as they advance down these tracks. And at the end of each round, 1 IR will sort of drop off the journey. But which one does will be up to the players as you collectively influence the progress of the 4 IR. And as you take an action, you'll select, for instance, the blue IR. You'll have a matching piece on your board, so you might choose to take an action with that piece that will advance the matching IR. And so you're always keeping an eye on the progress of each and who benefits you the most. As each time the IR advances, they open up new actions for you to take.
Right.
But that's also actions for your opponents to take.
I see.
And so you're trying to shift around and throw your bets in with the ones that will going to bet you the most. But you're also keeping an eye on the people either side. You just go, I don't know if I want to move that IR just yet, to try and to deny them some actions.
Very cool. And once again, I mean, the artwork's fantastic. Ian O'Toole
smashed
in
it.
charge of this one.
Absolutely.
If anybody has looked at board games over the last year, 2 years or so, Ian O'Toole has just been prevalent on so many, and it's so nice to have him involved with this one, I would imagine, as well. So,
so he's done the art across the entire series, and each one is this sort of gorgeous riot of colour that I think is a real breath of fresh air, I think, in the Eurogame space. But each one has its own kind of characteristics, and I think on the board of this, you can see the journey through the Andes.
Yes.
And it looks gorgeous far away, but then as you look in closely, you can see all of these tiny little illustrations.
Yeah.
And you can kind of just spend that,
all the lovely details.
Yeah, your friends will be like, come on, time to take your turn, as you just got distracted by something that's happened
illustration paralysis, I guess that can work, rather than analysis paralysis. Yeah,
I mean, I think that could be a hallmark of Ian work.
There we go. So what else have you guys got over on the stand at the moment as well? Because obviously you've got, I mean, you imagine you've got most of your games.
Yeah, so we've got you can pick up the Undaunted series. We've also got our war games and role playing games.
Yes.
So we have just released Harefoot Jousting, which is a game of of harefoots and wart noses. Playing their favourite sport. Basically, they jump on any animal they can, grab a stick, and run at each other.
Right into jousts. Yes, of course. Yeah.
We have got. We just launched Pacific Command, which is a war game exploring carrier warfare in the Pacific Theatre.
Yeah.
That's by Mike Hutchinson, who you might know from Gaslands.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And we have a new supplement for Stargrave, which is Death Vector.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of a cyberpunk theme between that and Burnt Moon.
Yeah, I guess so. With all this stuff hanging around.
With all the hackers in line of fire. And that's a supplement exploring a new sector of the Stargrave galaxy that is just full of tech that wants to kill you.
Yeah.
But it's also full of loot, so it's worth the risk trying to go and explore.
I'm going to put you under the spotlight. Of the 4 games we've looked at here, which one's the one that you're like, this needs to be on the table right now and I need to play it immediately?
Ooh, I mean, personally, I have yet to have the chance to actually play General Orders Sengoku Jidai, and I just keep looking at all the cards because I love the art, and because I love the first one. That is the one that I'm like, the moment I get the chance,
I will do a demo of this at some point. Someone will see this happening. It's very cool.
But it's, I mean, other than that, it's very difficult to choose.
Very difficult. It's like choosing your babies, of course. Yes. Well, thank you very much for taking us through all of those. That sounds absolutely fantastic for what you guys are doing over at Osprey Games. Do you remember your booth number where people can come over and check you guys out? I'll put you into the spotlight now.
I can tell you we're in 3A.
There you go. 3A. Look that up on the map in the UK Games Expo app. See, plug, boom. And you're about to find Osprey Games where you guys are doing demos and all that kind of stuff and having a good time. Brilliant.
Yeah, do stop by.
I'm going to be throwing back into the studio where Jerry and Justin are going to be talking us through all sorts of awesome stuff before we move on to our next guest. But yes, thank you very much again, George, for talking us through all of that.
No,
Make sure to come and check out all of these amazing illustrations and more. I'll throw back to the studio. Bye for now.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Take a look at Malediction. So do you want to tell me what we have here in front of us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. So Malediction is a miniatures card game. It's Loot Studios' first game ever. And, well, in my mind, they went all in. And in Malediction, where I'll quickly run through the lore, then gameplay, and then product, I think. So in Malediction, we're playing as seekers who are going into the mists of Malediction to try to claim relics to take back to their factions. These relics are powerful and game-changing, and they're not just objective tokens. You actually pick them up and use them in the game. So when you play the game, you first choose a seeker, which is the leader of your warband, and then you have to build a deck of 30 cards, and that deck has to be with cards from the same faction as your seeker. We have some seekers that are more than one faction, and they can bring in different cards and create new strategies. And what I find interesting from Malediction, different to most other miniature war games I've seen, is that instead of deploying all your units up front and then your opponent doing so, and then round one I move all my units, then you move all your units, and then nothing happens. Here you deploy units as you play their unit cards. Also in your deck you have spell cards, so your opponent doesn't really know how many units or spells you have. And so in subsequent rounds, you not only can deploy in your deployment zone in the corner of the map, but you can also deploy 1 inch from any unengaged unit you have on the battlefield, meaning that your subsequent units are already deployed in the fray of battle. This makes it a really fast-paced game. It takes less than an hour for 2 people who have played it at least once. You also have 2v2 game modes. And we already promised a 2v1 game mode called Nemesis, and we're coming up with more and more stuff. There's expansions that are coming, but I'll get back soon to that.
So can I ask you a quick question then? It's a deck-based game, So how much of the mechanics run off the deck? Is there a set of sort of like a card phase where you play your cards, you cast your spells, you summon additional creatures and seekers in, and then you flip to the miniatures on the table, or is it more interwoven than that?
Okay, so the game is set up into 3 phases. The deploy phase, where you deploy units and attachments and items on them. Then the action phase, where your units activates, and that is the phase where you can play spells. And then there are many different types of spells. So you have swift spells, which you can play at any moment, even in your opponent's turn, even interrupting an action. And channel spells, which are limited to 1 per unit activation. So I activate my Seeker, then I could play a channel spell, then it's your turn, I cannot. Then I activate my little grunt guy, then I could play another channel spell. And and then in the end phase, it's when we see who claimed the relics and husks in the battlefield, which are the objective tokens in a sense. So the main part of the bulk of the game is in the action phase, but what you do in the deployment phase matters a lot. Even though there are no spells there, that's when you play the unit card. But then when the unit card kind of permeates through all the phases, right? Because in the action phase, you need to exhaust them to play them. They generate action points and so on.
I have a quick question then. We were talking about the product itself. There's some really spectacular looking miniatures here. Did I see Malediction as it was like a deck with tokens and then STLs?
Okay, good question. So when you buy Malediction, like I said, a deck is 30 cards, but you buy a faction box and it comes with 84 cards. Sorry, 15 of those are the relics, which are like the objective items. But so 60 something are, so you can, there's a lot of customization. And then you get a QR code that gives you ownership of the STL files for all the miniatures in that box and all the terrain for that faction as well. So, for example, and it's always 5 terrain STLs, a large, a medium, and 3 small. Here on the table today, you see a large and a small. And I think it's 26 miniature STLs, so meaning you can print as many as you want. But there's in the box, there's a punch board cutouts for all the terrains, and there's standees for all the models, meaning you can play out of the box. What people really seem to enjoy from the feedback we've been getting is that sometimes when you buy a starter box, it's not a starter box in this case, it's a faction box, but when you buy a box, sometimes you only want half the miniatures and the other half is just there. And so now you can try out with the standees, kind of find your strategy and then print exactly what you want. Because sometimes even though you can have up to 3 spellbound Bahigojins in your army, maybe you just want 1, right? Another thing is we have no twin brothers or clones. So if you can have up to 3 spellbound Bahigojins in your army, that means that we have 3 poses for it, and you own all 3 of them, right?
Which is fantastic in and of itself. And I suppose when you're talking about starting off with a 30-card deck, printing out whatever you need if you happen to be printing it, or using the standees to begin with, and maybe, like you say, there's something in there and you're going, well, I don't see a use for that now, but maybe down the line somebody gets another faction that has a Seeker that is dual faction, and they go, well, all of a sudden that model is better if I'm using that Seeker and I can bring it in that way. So there's a lot of expansion and deck building / list building with that.
Exactly. I believe that you'll be hobbying into Malediction as you game it, right? So as you progress in your game experience, you'll slowly, eventually print and paint all of them.
I think that's the way most people end up going anyway, once they get STLs.
And currently we have 4 faction boxes, right? That's already over 200 cards, so that's a lot of content. But we are already working on and planning for future expansions. Really, the plan for this game is that it lives a very long and healthy life, right? Our Game Found has already closed. We're already in the final stages of production. But once again, on the back end of game design, I can say this as head of games, we are already working on future expansions. We have a plan for the next couple of years, and we are revising rule books, doing FAQs. We are very, very active on the Discord, on our Malediction Discord, so check us out.
Do you have somebody doing the background? Was Margaret Weiss attacked?
Oh, you mean like the lore? And yes, we got Tracy Hickman to do the lore. That's the creator of Dragonlance.
It was one of the two Dragonlance. I knew in the back of my mind, but yes, that which is fascinating in and of itself, because when a new game is trying to launch, having somebody who's so involved in the fantasy genre, writing the background, writing the lore, gives it a lot more depth that a lot of companies struggle at the beginning to actually have that sort of depth of a world behind it as well.
Exactly, and Tracy did a lot of like the start of the world building and the heavy lifting, but we have a dedicated lore team, which I find awesome, really. And so then they keep doing the maintenance, right, and creating the unit lores and so on. So when we create anything, the game design team, the graphic design, like arts and sculpting team, and the lore team, we all work together to create something that is coherent, really always thinking about the future of the product. So everything has a backstory. There are many, many secrets that into these models that like we already know and that we're gonna like slowly trickle down. And I'm very excited. There's a lot of things that I want to talk about Malediction that I will soon.
Well, there you go. People will have to keep their eyes peeled for this. Where can they find you here at the expo?
You guys can find us at Hall 3A at booth
259.
Booth 259.
There we go. And if people aren't here at the expo, where should they look for you online?
They should look for us at malediction.gg. They can also check out the Loot Studios website if they want to see Loot Studios as a whole. And you can also check out our Discord. There's a QR code here in the flyer, and at our booth we'll have also a QR code. And finally, really, if you want to try Malediction out for free, check us out on Tabletop Simulator. There's Malediction official mod. There's a built-in tutorial that teaches you how to play. It's like a scripted tutorial. And then you can also, on the malediction.gg website, download 2 free pre-supported STL miniatures for the Valkyrus Priest and the Tarok Beast, meaning we believe in our product. The rulebook is online and free as well, so you can just try it out. And we know that once you get a taste, finish the end of the deployment phase of round 2, and you'll buy Malediction. I trust it.
That's a bold statement, Cotton. Let's see how that one pans out. Definitely worth checking out. The figures look absolutely superb, and I'm really fascinated to see where it goes and the lore that builds up alongside it as well. We're going to push on and see what else there is to see here at the expo.
Hello there, folks. We're back again for another interview, and this time we're here with Katie from Darrington Press, and we have something exceptionally cool to dive into. If you have been under a rock for the last little while, then you won't know what Daggerheart is. But for those that have been dwelling beneath the surface, what is Daggerheart, and why should people be diving into this?
So Daggerheart is our brand new TTRPG. It is high fantasy. It's based for long campaigns, but it can also be run in short little one-shots. And it is our favorite new game that we have ever played.
It's a good thing to have.
Yes, absolutely. We love the narrative-driven focus, so it really gives a collaborative effort, not just to the GMs, but everybody at the table gets to be part of the world-building experience when you play Daggerheart.
Yeah. Can you talk us through a little bit about kind of like the sort of like core mechanics of it and sort of how it works?
Sure. So at the very heart, Daggerheart uses a duality dice system, which is a 2d12 system. They do need to be separate colors. So on your action rolls, you're going to be rolling both of your d12s. You will add that score together, but one die stands for hope, and the other die stands for fear. So if you rolled a 12 with fear, you might still succeed in beating your adversary, but the GM gets to collect a fear token to use to negatively affect the narrative at their discretion. It does not need to be right away. If you were to roll a 12 with hope, you would be able to gain a hope token that you can use to enhance your abilities later on in the game.
And what's quite nice about that, the sort of mechanics as well, is that you've obviously got the hope and fear mixed in there, but then you've also got lots of other things that are very kind of player-facing, player decision-based stuff, like the use of stress and things like that.
Exactly.
So that can start to build up throughout the campaign, but then you can use that to power your abilities and all that kind of thing.
You can, absolutely, which just drives into more of the world building and the narrative fun, which just makes the game more fun and more approachable.
Yeah. Now, one of the other things that's quite nice about this is that it doesn't have any one world that you're diving into, which I think is quite nice. So if you are a games master trying to put together an interesting world of your own, you've got those options. But of course, you've already got loads of things within the Daggerheart core rulebook as well.
We do.
Where people can use that as a kind of like touchstone to jump off of.
Absolutely.
Cool.
So at the heart of Critical Role, we are storytellers.
Yes.
And one thing that was extremely important when creating Daggerheart was giving the freedom to create a world. We did not want a rule-based system where things could only exist in certain frames. So what we have provided instead of that are campaign frames.
Yeah.
So the book has 6 different campaign frames, all with different themes and worlds that GMs and players can use as a starting off point to start their campaigns in their own worlds, right? The first one we're talking about, at least, is Age of Umbra, which Critical Role has started a 8-part miniseries. It aired at 7 p.m. Pacific last night, and the VOD will be available on Monday.
Very cool.
And Age of Umbra is a very Dark Souls-esque world where we're 1,000 years past the gods leaving this world. It's very dark, it's very deathy, and it was written by Matthew Mercer. So he is currently taking the cast through his Age of Umbra rules and really showing the community at large what individual players can make of this system, because it is a rulings over rules system. There is no initiative, there is no turn taking, there is no hard set rules that you have to flip back and go on. If the party at the table and the GM agrees that what you're doing makes a better narrative and honestly makes the game more fun, it's going to be a go, and we can't wait to see where it goes.
The rule of cool is the way forward. So,
exactly. You don't need to make sure that you're following a game. That's not the point of storytelling, and that's not the point of having fun at a table.
One of the things that I was really fascinated by when we started to see Daggerheart come out as well was the kind of the breadth of stuff that you've put in the book.
Yes.
So you have all of your sort of typically sort of classic fantasy lineages and things like that, but then you also have dived in and you've got sort of like ribbits.
Yes, all the different. So there's 9 different classes, and each class is going to pick a community and an ancestry. So that brings us actually to character creation. I believe that's a great segue. So in addition to the core rulebook in the Daggerheart core set, character creation, it all uses this beautiful set of cards. There are 279 gorgeously illustrated cards that are going to allow you to mix and match when creating a character. Which gives much more narrative creativity to the places, people, and stories that can be told.
And it's, again, this is one of the things that I thought was really fascinating when diving into the game and sort of seeing what you've done with it, is that you have, even though you have the sort of classic warrior, or you have the bard, there's then variants of that within that class, essentially.
Of course.
That you can then use to sort of like take things into directions, and then you have the spheres, is it? I can't remember.
Domains.
Domains, that's the one, that you can then choose from, and you can either go down fully down one domain, or you can sort of spread things out if you wanted to as well.
It's customizable. Like if you've ever wanted to play a warrior who could X or who could Y, we wanted that to be part of the Daggerheart experience for you to get creative with it.
And if anybody's seen the character creation video that you folks did last week, I think
for
it was.
For Age of Umbra. Creating characters for Matt to kill, I believe, is what happened.
What was really fascinating about that for me was the collaborative nature in which character creation has come across.
Yes.
So it felt like a true session zero experience where you're almost, in a way, kind of playing an adventure when you're making your characters.
It's part of the process. It's part of the starting off process. We wanted to give creative direction, creative freedom, really work on those ideas and come up with great things right there at the table to take to the game.
When it comes to sort of like other sort of unique elements of Daggerheart that you think people should really latch onto, what are kind of the other things that you're like, this is a reason for you to play this role-playing game kind of things?
Daggerheart is meant to onboard people very quickly, and it's meant to get started playing in a heroic fashion much more quickly than other sessions and other systems in the out in the world right now. So for me specifically, I was very intimidated when it came to role-playing games. It was not something I was comfortable doing. And when I got to Daggerheart, I thought it was just way easier to jump right in and start going. I didn't need to worry about all the mathematics involved in a crunchier system. I could just jump right into combat and be strong enough as a character to do that. And that is the beauty of the duality dice system. And I do want to mention that only the players use duality dice. The GM still uses a D20.
The classic D20, yes.
So there is still a lot of damage that the GM can do to the players at the table. But the duality dice have a much greaher chance of ranging in the middle of that 12 to 13 range than they do of being a 2 or a 24. So you narratively, you can build the story even if you're slightly injured. You can heroically make throw weapons and save your comrades and beat your adversaries with your rolls versus just being out because you rolled bad for the round.
There were a lot of other sort of like little tiny bits and stuff in the way that you create your characters and the way they work mechanically that really felt to me that you do get that feel of like, just let the kind of math get out of the way a little bit and just kind of enjoy it. Like I really like the damage system where you have those thresholds.
Thresholds, exactly.
So you don't have to do endless math trying to work
out
dice.
You just compare the number and that's the damage that you can take. Yes,
you want to try and stop it, spend an armor, and that's kind of gets you through it.
Right.
And also you've got that thing of like, you can make loot a massive part of your game if you want to.
If you want.
If you don't want to, you can just be like handfuls, bagfuls.
If that's not your story, don't worry about it, right? Like concentrate on the story and the fun, because that is the point of it, is the fun.
So you said that you've had a little go at Daggerheart yourself and
I have, yes. I've played the quick start guide.
So what character did you go for?
I got the Ribbit.
Okay,
yes,
of course.
I loved the Ribbit. And my favorite part about playing an itty bitty little Ribbit was that I got to, from long range, I could jump and backflip and like karate chop and shoot my arrows.
And it all worked.
Because it all worked because I started in long range and the GM liked the story and it all worked, even though at the time I was so far away from combat that it would have taken me forever to get close enough and before I could actually do something.
It's that kind of like slight abstraction of things that helps make things flow a little bit nicer.
It does.
And it's that thing of, rather than the player thinking, can I do this? It's knowing they always have the ability to do this.
Exactly. Yes, you can do that. And then what are you going to do with it? How are you going to take it? And I did want to point out that even though there is no initiative or turn taking per se, every time a player does roll the fear, turns back to the GM, and the GM is able to take an action.
They get their GM move.
They do get their GM move. And then the GM, every time a roll with fear is rolled, the GM gets that fear token. So not only can the GM take their turn, but then they can add a fear token to their discretion to really take out players if the narrative story calls for it.
The other thing that I really liked when I was looking through Get Your Sheet Together, which is I didn't swear, it's okay, which is a great series that you've got over on the Critical Role channel.
Yes, because again, teaching new players, Daggerheart was built to onboard new RPG players, and I think that's what everybody wants, is more people to play with. So we have started a Get Your Sheet Together video series on our channels, which breaks down how to play, how to GM, which just aired last week, which I think we can all agree, finding a GM to run us through a game is the hardest part of role-playing games.
I'm the forever GM, so it's just going to be me. I got to stick around and watch the rest of that video when Matt told everyone else to go away.
Yes, exactly. But yes, and then we will continue to break down the book and put out video content to help explain to people how they can pick up and jump right into the action.
One of the things that I really liked from that particular GM video was the way that you deal with sort of encounters and enemies and that kind of thing. You've made the stat blocks for the foes.
We do.
Really quick and easy for you to get your head around.
Exactly.
It's not too dangerous and it's not too daunting for the individuals they dive in. But then if they do want to sort of add a little bit of extra fear to things,
they add some fear, step them up.
And you can get little extra bonus damage and that kind of stuff. So it's a really nice way for people to, again,
jump
avoid
into
having
it.
to do all the maths and sort of dive in and have
Yes,
some
yeah,
fun
it makes
with
it much more accessible. And each chapter in the book illustrates exactly how to do that. And they're all color-coded on here with
See if
2
we can
ribbons.
show that there, so,
Yeah. It is meant to pick up and play right away. The book and the box is everything you need for a 2 to 5 player game with the GM minus the dice, of course. So every player will need a full set plus the 2 different colored D12s as your duality dice.
Are there any, now you've obviously played a Ribbit, but
I did play a Ribbit,
are there
yes.
any other characters that you'd love to do, and sort of when you've looked at all the domain cards and things that you're like, I want to go down this route instead and I want to sort of play a different adventure? So
Not exactly, but I do have to say that I am slightly obsessed with our Beast Feast campaign.
Right, yeah.
It is a comic take on cooking
Okay,
and what you would do if you were in a cave and you beat your adversary, but you also had to eat, and how you would be able to slice, dice, and fillet that monster in order to feed your party.
Your adventure party,
and
yeah.
anyone that in melee range, if I can smack you over the head with my cast iron skillet, I am here for it.
Excellent.
So that would be my advice, would be play Beast
Yeah.
Feast. And it's supposed to be comical. It's a world
Yeah.
full of fungi,
Mhm.
and you're supposed to be able to dice them and slice them and maybe some have some hallucinogenic magic powers, and you weren't supposed to eat those mushrooms. You never
I love
know.
the sound of that. it definitely feels like it's a toolkit for people who
It
are
is.
both players and GMs for Dive Into, which is always
We
nice,
want it
so.
to be a toolkit, and we want to see what you create with the system. So if anyone is interested in creating content, I would highly suggest checking out the Darrington Press Community Gaming License
Yep.
or our SRD to see what you can create and how excited we are to see the worlds that you build within Daggerheart.
Amazing, amazing. And as always, there is beautiful artwork, and you've got some amazing people on board
We do.
to do all of the illustrations and the layout and everything like that as well.
We
which is
do
always
not
nice.
accept any art that is AI.
Right.
All of the art in Daggerheart
I
and
enjoy that. That's
all
good.
Darrington Press products is
Yeah.
100% human created. So every image, I also really like how in the characters and all the domains, you can see kind of the sketches on how the final art came to be, like where it started and how it evolved.
That's so cool.
So that you can be part of the collaborative, beautiful process that we did in order to create the game.
Yeah, yeah. And as I say, it seems to have been a long time dream for all the
it was
people
a
behind this as well.
Very
so-
long. We're just so happy that it's out and that we can actually talk about it
Yes.
because we've been playing it for years, and it's so great to finally be able to share it with the community. And obviously, the response has been more
Phenomenal.
overwhelming,
Yes.
more phenomenal than we could have ever created.
Yeah.
So we are currently sold out of Daggerheart around the world. But if you are interested, I would highly recommend checking out shop.critroll.com. .co.uk
Boom.
and
Got it.
hitting that notify me when available button, so you'll be the first person to know when our stock comes back.
Excellent, excellent. And obviously, you might also have independent retailers and all that kind of thing that
Absolutely.
might have their hands on it, so you could always go and support them, which is always nice for the community as well.
We do. We
So-
have our Darrington Press Guild, which is our personal partnership with a bunch of small mom and pop retailers, and we are located in multiple countries all over the world, not just in the U.S.,
Brilliant.
but we have some here in England, and we also have some in Europe and in Australia and Canada. So everywhere you can look, we've got Daggerheart.
And a perfect opportunity for you to go down to one of those stores, maybe meet
Exactly.
some friends. If someone's picked up Daggerheart, they can sit down and play the games with you, and you can have some fun.
And you can
I mean,
pre-order it with that retailer as well.
as I said, making the characters is almost as fun as just doing a normal session, which I
It
think
is,
is always fun
yes.
to do. So it's very cool. And again, beautiful artwork throughout.
you.
Wonderful design. Really interesting to see what the folks do, obviously, with this on the channel. and all
We're
that kind of
very
in the future.
excited.
So-
Daggerheart is something very near and dear to our hearts, and we
Yeah.
cannot wait to fully explore the brand and all of the products that we can
So
do
many
with it.
questions.
So
many questions, but I can't ask them.
I have
Oh.
signed an NDA. I can't talk about it.
So if people want to come and check out you folks here at
Yeah.
UK Games Expo, they can come over to the booth, get a little bit more in-depth look
Absolutely.
at Daggerheart and
So
stuff,
we are at stand 3A806.
Cool.
And we are actually running 45-minute taster sessions
brilliant.
of the quick start guide
Yeah.
so that you can see how combat happens
Okay.
in Daggerheart, which is really, truly the best part
Yes.
of the game itself. So
Yeah.
definitely stop by, sign up for a game. And there are 4-hour games being ran as well in the Hilton, but I'm pretty sure they're all sold out. So
would
you'll have to
imagine
come by
they
the game.
probably
Yeah,
are.
come by the
So-
booth and check out a 45-minute taster session.
You too can get a how do you want to do
Yes,
this
exactly.
on your enemies.
How
There
do you
we
want to
go.
slay this?
How do you want to slay this?
Exactly. Slay and fillet 'em.
And style it out. Style it out. Well, thank you very much for taking us
Thank
through
you.
all of this. Daggerheart is amazing. I was unfortunately not able to get my hands on a copy because they all sold out so quickly. So maybe I can just steal this.
This is
No.
my one and only copy,
Oh,
so it is
okay.
stuck with
Never
me.
mind. Never mind. I'll try and get it later on down the line and dive into a little bit of Daggerheart myself. Thank you again for talking us all this, Katie. And obviously, I want to say the D12, one of the most forgotten dice in the role-playing world, has now been freed.
It's
by
shining
Daggerheart.
glory, and I am on a mission to find the most beautiful D12s here at the expo.
There are so many dice sellers here. We will find some. We will find some. I am going to throw back to the studio. Thanks again for
Thank
that.
you.
And yeah, I think we're going to be wrapping up for the day. But Jerry, want to close us out?
I'd love to. It's very decent of you, young Benjamin. So there you go. More RPG goodness. It's one of the things that I've absolutely adored this year is just the sheer volume of role-playing games that are here, there, and everywhere. And yeah, nice to see Critical Role doing some new bits and pieces in there as well.
It's always nice to see new worlds for people to go and explore because they're basically limitless. It's just whoever can write them down, get them into a nice coherent format for people to go and play with, I really love to see.
Right, we have another little video from the show floor to show you before we wrap up for the day, so I thought we'd leave you wanting more. So if you want to fire that up, and I'll see whether I can make the widget work.
Ready?
Yes.
Here we go.
Hi folks, I'm here with Saul from TGN Studios, and we're going to be talking about their new digital card game, which is absolutely fantastic with absolutely gorgeous art. Walked past this, couldn't pass it up. Tell us a little bit about it and what you guys are doing.
Absolutely, thank you so much. So this is Summoner's Nexus, a digital trading card game on iOS and Android devices. It's coming to Steam later this year. It's in its open beta, so we're still working out the bugs, but we've released it to the public so people can come to our website, join our community, download it, try it for themselves if they're interested. Everything in the game is completely free while we're working on it because we just want to get the word out there. All of our art has been hand-drawn over the last 4 odd years.
Love it.
Yeah, we really had a very distinct vision of blending anime with fantasy elements. And as for the gameplay, I used to be a massive Yu-Gi-Oh fan. Well, I still am a massive Yu-Gi-Oh fan. And so I love the complexity you see in that game while also enjoying the speed in other mobile trading card games like Marvel Snap, Pokemon Pocket. So I tried to blend some of the complexity with some of that speed and a little bit of tower defense, and that's how Summoner's Nexus ended up being born. So yeah.
And so if people are diving into a typical game of this, how does it play out and how long does it take?
Okay, so our aim, the sweet spot we've been aiming for is for games to take between 10 and 15 minutes, right?
Like that, yeah, that's good.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, what we've seen is that when things get crazy and skill levels get really high, it can get up to 20, but there's a 6-turn cap in the game, so things don't get too out of hand. Now, as for the mechanics of how you go in, we've tried to be unique and put a spin on some traditional card game elements. For example, normally in a card game you draw random cards at the start of the game and everything. In Summoner's Nexus, you decide your starting hand in each game, right?
Oh, okay, right.
So it allows you to have some of those elements of chess, where you can go in with a set strategy, and then how you adapt is based on what your opponent is doing in return. And I say it's because of what they're doing in return, because you don't take turns with your opponent, you guys play simultaneously, right? So
that's the snap element and stuff. Yeah,
exactly, right? So you never get locked out, you never, you will always get a chance to play the game, always get a chance to interact with it, and your resource system, your health bar, is also the resource that you use to summon your monsters onto the field. So managing those resources, planning around and strategizing, that's really the heart of Summoner's Nexus. So it's very heavy on strategy.
I love it. So if people want to come and check out some of the art and maybe get a little bit of a go at the game, where can they find you guys?
We are on YouTube, the Summoner's Nexus TCG. We have a Discord channel, and we have a website, www.summonersnexus.com. You can check out the game, download it there. We've also got hand-drawn comics in the app itself. That's
so cool. So you're building up the background to the world and all that kind of thing?
Exactly, all the lore and everything. That's all in the game, so you can check all our stories out for free right now as well. All in the game at our website, yeah.
Can they find you here at UKGE as well, or?
Yes, you will be at the UK Games Expo. We're here today for the show preview, but we are here the entire weekend from Friday all the way till Sunday, so yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Come and find Saul and play this game and check it out. Yes.
Hall 2, booth 226 is what.
Boom! He got the number. It'll be on the video as well. Tom does that for me. He's really great like that. So yes. Well, thank you very much, Saul, for taking us through that. Come and check this out. Make sure to come and check out more of the videos over on our live blog, and obviously come and check out the live stream as well. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Bye for now.
Well, it's been a very interesting day here at the show.
Yes, it has, Ted. I've been impressed. There's been a lot going on. There's so much more to see. Young Ronald Renton Esquire wandered in like a lost lamb saying, Jerry, you've not bought anything off me in almost a week and a half. Surely you need to come down and see me. And I said, Ronnie, it would be a pleasure. So we're about to wrap up.
Yep.
There's going to be a ton more fun tomorrow, and possibly right off the bat will be a massively long chundering session between myself and Ronnie about what Mantic are up to, because he is spilling all of the beans all of the time. And if needs be, I'll just get him liquored up and find out what's going on there. Anything?
I don't trust you when you say that.
No, it's all fine. Anything you're keen on seeing tomorrow?
So tomorrow it's really going to be a case of wandering the halls. This year I am coming in with no plan, no direction. I am going to find something amazing, special and wonderful because I have no idea what I'm looking for.
Regular weekday for you then, isn't it, son?
Yeah, sounds like a Saturday.
Yeah. There we go, folks. Hopefully you've enjoyed our little soupçon of coverage throughout the UKG. We'll be back tomorrow. There's a ton more interviews and games going to be looked at across the channel tomorrow, and then obviously we've got all the stuff going into the live blog and so much more beside. So let us know what you thought. Drop down comments below if there's anything you need us to find out, and who knows, we may even manage that. Right, we're going to away. I've got a Ronnie to see. Bye-bye.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames. 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 Código secreto.
Really fun. Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live. We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me cry.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames. 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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give it.
It's Codenames Live. We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames. 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 Código secreto. Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live. We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Oh.